to a song. Yes, indeed. And right now, we're going to bring up our next speaker. And of course, we're going to bring up Maxine Pearl
Yeah,
Phillips
hello,
McCoy.
hello, hello.
Thank you so very much. Let me get off the screen. I know time is moving on. Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Maxine Phillips Pearl McCoy, scholarship for the Black Business Expo, serving for the third year in a row. But it's not all about me. I think we have another guest that we're going to be bringing up, and that's Demetria Hayes, who's going to be talking about pinpointing your goals. Hello, Grace Under Fire.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. We're so glad to have you with us today.
Thank you.
I'm excited to hear about this. When I read about it, it said something about 360. And of course, I always think of the 360 assessment when you're learning about yourself and other people have input. So that's what first came to my mind. And then when I heard about pinpointing your goals, that's even better because 2021 is upon us and we need to be establishing goals from a business perspective as well as our own personal goals. So I'm excited to hear everything you have to say. So I'm going to let you tell about yourself and then you're going to take the show and take it from there.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Well, I am Demetria Hayes, and I'll just say a little bit about my background. I am an author, national influencer. Grace Under Fire is a publishing company that I started to help people who didn't have a voice to be able to tell their story. And with that, my book Daffodil: A Mother's Journey became a finalist for the Phyllis Wheatley Award.
All right.
And I didn't know what the Phyllis Wheatley Award was until I got nominated. So that was exciting. She's the first African American woman to have published a book. I'm sure you knew that, but for those who didn't, but also it also walked the red carpet at the Pan African Film Festival in LA.
Beautiful.
So it did great and big things. And it was just me telling my story, in which Pay It 360 came out of that.
All right. All right. So go on and share some of these fantastic goals on how we can get ourselves ready and get pumped up. 2020 is ending, fourth quarter, and now let's take the ball and let's run with it for 2021. I'm going to excuse myself and let you get started, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Now, I'm not sure if I can share my screen, but I do have a PowerPoint.
You should be able to, and Mark will be able to give you some directions, but try share screen.
Okay. Because can everyone see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Not sure, but I'm just going to go ahead anyway and just basically talk about the Pay It 360 and what the goals are stemming from that. It's a quote that I like to say. It's when you pinpoint your goals, you put them in motion, you go after them with persistence and motivation, your gifts will take place, and as long as you imagine them. That's all it takes is for you just to imagine your goals and dreams, put them in action, and they will come to fruition. But it's the key is taking action, executing them. And I will be using the SMART goals, which is being specific, measurable, attainable, relative, and also time bound. So pinpointing your goals. I'm sorry, hold on one second. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, is it working? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye bye. All right. Hey, hi, ladies and gentlemen. Again, hopefully you can hear me and you can see my screen. And I just wanted to start over. Not sure what part you heard and what part you didn't, but I'm Demetria Hayes. I'm an author, motivational influencer. I'm an editorial director of Grace Under Fire Publishing Company. I've written a couple of books. The first book I've written was Daffodil: A Mother's Journey. It became a finalist for the Phyllis Wheatley Award in New York, and I walked the red carpet in the Pan-African Film Festival as well. And got a chance to meet President Obama, Michelle, and a whole lot of other hosts and different things stemmed from me writing Daffodil. So I'm gonna go right into telling you what pinpointing your goals are. And when you pinpoint your goals, you put a plan in motion, you go after them with persistence, motivation, and your gifts will take place, and you'll only imagine what it can do for you, because those gifts will turn into action, and those actions you will be able to turn that into success. And the goals on which you will be pinpointing will take you through being more specific on what exactly you're looking for or what you want to do. And these are actually the SMART action plan. It's measuring your goals, allowing them or making sure that they are attainable, making sure that they are relevant in what you're trying to do and in the times in which we're in, and also having a time-bound specific date, time in which you want to accomplish these goals. And when you come into the state of mind of knowing what you want, believing in yourself, executing those things, and staying on course, you will accomplish your goals. If your goal is so big that it might seem impossible, make room. They will make room for you. You can always adjust your goals, always adjust the time frame, but as long as you have that concrete plan in action is the most important thing. Always keep an open mind, because greater things are possible. And what a specific goal is it needs to be clear and it needs to be precise. Just like when I decided to write a book, it was like, okay, I want to write a book, but then what was the book going to be about? So you have to make sure that you have those things completely worked out. Otherwise, that your energy will be misguided and you won't be able to focus on this specific goal that you have in mind. And to pinpoint your specific goal, you must answer these questions below, and don't complicate them. It's just 3 simple questions that you can start off with. And it's what do you do well? Just think about that. What do you do well? And it might be something just as simple as, say, sewing. You can sew, but you can also turn that into a business. So don't think that whatever goals that you have or whatever vision that you have or whatever thing that you do well is too small, because that thing could turn into something bigger than what you imagine. And what stumbling blocks do you have? And what restraints may prevent you from doing the thing that you want to do? You always need to have an open mind and figure out, okay, well, I know that I can do X, Y, and Z, but what may prevent me from doing that? You need to already have that worked out, so when that time comes, you've already have a plan in motion for that. And also have in mind or answer your own question into what will help me focus? What will help me keep motivated? And for me, it was telling my story, and it was to help my daughter explain to her the reason why our relationship suffered, and that was Daffodil. Does everybody hear me? I just she needs to share. I'm still not sharing. Okay, 1 second. Hello? Oh, okay. Oh. How do I close that? Is that not there? Up here? Oh, I think I'm gonna close the whole thing out if I do that. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. And when you focus on your dreams, sorry, that was a station break. So we're gonna take back up again on pinpointing your specific goals, and in determining what your strengths are very important. What do you do well? Take some time to focus on your stumbling blocks and also the obstacles, but also your opportunities. What are the opportunities that you will have based off of what your goals are? So find out, like, say for instance, the opportunities that came about when I wrote a book. I was amazed on the opportunities that came about. I got speaking engagements at schools, at universities, at sororities, just so many opportunities. I was able to, like I say, walk the red carpet. It opens up a lot of doors, and I've been able to help out not only adults, but children in the midst of it, and start an organization that is Pay It 360 that will turn your life to where you are, to where you want to be. And I also want to recommend that you even go deeper into those 3 questions and answer these 6 W's, which is the who, what, why, and where. Don't overcomplicate them, because like I said, you need to just keep it simple and just answer the questions in detail. And I do see some questions at the bottom, but we can get to those later. But like the who is involved in your dream and your goal? What do you want to accomplish? Identify a location. Like, so it used to be a brick and mortar place, but now it's not. For right now, in the way our times is going now, so many things are online because of the COVID-19 virus and how that's affecting so many of our loved ones. The when do you want to establish your specific goal? You have to have a concrete date in mind, because if you don't, you'll just keep spinning your wheels, and it'll be years in order for you to actually make your dream come true. But if you actually sit down and come up with a timeline on the things that you want to accomplish, then you will hit those goals. And the what is movements I need. What movements will it take? And when I say that, it means you basically coming up with a process, as far as when it comes to, say, I'm gonna just keep relating things back to me, and that's writing a book. What are the things and the tools that I need in order to accomplish this? It's not just writing the book, but then what are the steps to do after that? It needs to be edited. It needs to be re-edited. It needs to be rewritten. Sometimes you need to have a book cover developed. You need to find, someone to publish it. If not, find some tools online to publish it. It's so many different aspects to a specific thing that it takes time, that you want to make sure your movements is done accordingly. And you also need to know the why behind what you're doing. What is the why behind your specific goal that you want to accomplish? And not only that, is it going to serve a benefit? Is it going to serve a benefit to you and to others in accomplishing your goal? And your why, I said, is so important. So it's something that will take some time because you want to make sure that you really understand your why. And so one of my whys was to become a public speaker to motivate, inspire, and to help individuals and small business owners to gain the resources needed to build success in their personal and professional lives. So just having like point blank, this is exactly what I want to do. You know, what is my purpose? That purpose was to motivate and inspire and to help individuals. Well, what is the benefit to that? What would be the benefit for others? That will bring resources to small businesses. I'll be able to help them capitalize on their product, or, you know, referring them to a different vendor. You know, you have to have, you know, what is the benefit to what you're doing? What is your goal? And the next step on the SMART goals is measurable. They need to be measurable. You need to be able to measure a timeline, measure exactly to help you stay on track, to reach your target dates, and to feel that sense of achievement, because it makes you feel more motivated and excited when you feel like you've actually accomplished something. So by having target dates in mind will help you not only accomplish your goal, but it will give you these small rewards along the way that will help push you and catapult you to where you want to be. And to determine if your goal is measurable, ask yourself, how much time would it take me? You know, how much money will I need? It's a lot of different how much is behind it. So you need to determine exactly what it is that you're looking for. But for me, like I said, pinpointing what you like to do is really the most important thing I think you can do, is what you are good at, what you feel good at will be something that you should start. And then once you find out that point, you can determine like how many of, say, books do you need to be able to sell and get X, Y, and Z? You know, how would I know what I've accomplished? By having these measurable things set aside on, you know, I wrote the book in 30 days. So now what's my step after that? I wrote the book. So now I need to, in my next step, find out how long would it take then for me to actually get it published. By knowing those things, it will help you get to each step by actually having a thought out plan on how each thing could be done and how it can be accomplished. And when you identify your goals, you are most important to you. When you identify the goals that are most important to you, you can then begin to figure out the ways you can make them come true. You will develop the attitudes, the abilities, the skills, and the financial capacity to reach them. You will begin seeing like previous like things that you hadn't seen before, all of a sudden will present themselves to you. So when I started writing Daffodil, I was a flight attendant at the time. And just because I subconsciously thought like so many things that needed to happen, you know, as I wrote out the plan, I would marinate on the things that I needed to do. And those things presented themselves to me. When I was a flight attendant and I was writing the book and I knew that I needed an editor appeared. And she didn't just appear, it was actually the pilot said, is there an editor on board? So the things that you need will be right there. My daughter designed a book cover, and she was newly into graphic design. There was an art designer director on the flight, and I showed him my book, and he was like, if you just elongate the neck, da 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 da. I'm just trying to get you to see a picture that when sometimes things that you overlook will be right there, or some things that are right in front of you, you don't see. So by having the ability to just figure out what it is that you truly need, those things will come to you. And within that, and this is all tying back into having a thought out plan. Having a thought out plan is great. Having a thought out plan written down is even better. So write out a clear, concise statement and a time frame in which you want to accomplish the things that you want to execute. And not only doing that by having it written out, but also using another senses where it's audible. You speak it out. You speak it, every day on a recording. You videotape yourself, and it'll build up confidence, and it'll just build up your self-esteem to say, you know what, I can do this. I see my vision. I have my vision. I know what my goals are. And for an example, like I said, here's an example. I will write a children's book in 30 days. I'll have Professor Harvey edit it by December 31st, 2020. And I'll have Grace Under Fire publish it by March 1st, 2021. That's a specific goal. It gives you the exact time frame. It gives you who will actually edit it, and it'll actually tell you who's going to publish it in what time frame. So when I say a specific goal and a specific time frame, that's exactly what I mean. And then the next point on the action plan, on the SMART action plan, will be attainable goals. You can obtain most of your goals you set when you plan your steps wisely and establish a time frame. Everything that I discuss is always going to tie back into one another. So if you missed it the first time, you'll hear it again. In order to carry out your thought out plan, it is so important for you to take necessary steps and make sure that they are attainable. The goals that it may seem far away, it may seem out of reach, but they may be closer than you really think. Not because your goals shrink, but because you grow and you expand to match them. Just like when I didn't know how I was going to accomplish getting a book done. I didn't know anyone personally had written a book, but it grew and it grew and it grew. And I found out every aspect that I needed. And who would have thought that it would walk the red carpet of the Pan-African Film Festival? Who would have thought? So never think that your ideas are too small. They will actually match and grow and expand. Your goal should be relevant to what you believe and what your morals are. Your long-term plans, and also current in the current circumstances. If you're already preoccupied with a lot of responsibilities, it's not going to be a good idea to start something brand new. Some of us creative people have so many different ideas that it's sometimes even hard for us to get started. So writing down some of the things that you enjoy and love, and then kind of look and see, okay, what can I accomplish now? What is this nugget that I can make sure that I can accomplish right now? And look at that and see exactly what's going to be that great idea that you can complete now, instead of having all these ideas that's going to clutter up your mind. It's too much. Put those in a vault. Put those, for something later, and just focus on that one thing. To determine if your goal is relevant, ask yourself these questions. Is this idea in my moral or my belief system? Have I accomplished this similar thing in the past? Is it something familiar to me that I'm able to do? Or is it so far-fetched that it's going to take so much time and effort, it's going to be difficult for me to reach? Can I identify the surroundings that I would need to present to accomplish my goals? Do you need to be in, in a different setting in order to open up your mind? For me, it's being outside walking. It helps me to really identify what the things are that I want to do, to just have that peace of mind and being connected to nature. And it needs to be time-based. A goal that you should be grounded within a time frame. With no time frame, it's hard for you to really get a sense of urgency and accomplish anything, because if you don't set that time frame up, you'll be spinning your wheels. By having a plan of action, your subconscious mind will keep you energized and keep you focused on what you need to accomplish. And this goes back now to all in which I said. You need to have a specific goal. It needs to be measurable, obtainable, relevant, and it needs to be time-based. Focusing on the steps that will get you there. Don't put limits on what you want. If your goal is so big it might be impossible, leave room for adjustment. Have an open mind for greater possibility, and imagine, believe, and embrace. That is the end of my presentation. I want to open up the floor for any questions that you may have that I can then help answer. Someone said you have presentation material like I'm stating? I do. And I can provide my email information and website information to give to everyone who would want to connect with me later.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good. Would you stop sharing your screen for a few minutes and let us just come on the screen?
Oh, sure. Let me do that.
Okay. Hello. We want to thank you for coming in and doing your presentation. You did an outstanding job. What is the name of your company? Bring us back, Mark. Mark, would you bring us back up? Bring us back, please. Mark, would you take me back to the other president, back to Demetria? Mark, would you take me back to Demetria?
Unfortunately, she bounced on her end. So, like I said, she bounced on her end.
Okay,
I do have
thank you very
Selma.
much, Mark. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce to you Selma Chapman Hill Streeter. She's going to talk to you. What's your presentation about, ma'am?
It's about faith-based and entrepreneurship.
Okay, we cannot hear your microphone. We cannot hear you.
We still don't hear her. Let's see if I can get that. Yeah, that's on her end. That's on her end.
Can you hear it now?
Yes, we hear it now.
Okay, it's I will be talking about faith-based and entrepreneurship, bridging the gap.
Okay, thank you so very much, and we look forward to what you have to say. Thank you. I'm going to move out your way and let you do what you do, okay? Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And today, my name is Selma Hill Streeter. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina. I call myself a working retiree, and I'm also an entrepreneur, and I'm also an elder at my church, Freedom Temple, the Cathedral of Grace here in Raleigh, Bishop Gerald Silver and Pastor Sarah Silver. And I've worked in the insurance industry for 45 years in various capacities. First, I want to thank Dr. Kelly for allowing me to speak at this time. I have learned a lot. I've gone back and listened to many of the presentations. And I always say, even at my age, I'm always open to learn something new. And whatever I learn, if it's not something that I can use, if I can pass it on. And I love to pass on to especially our youth. Um, I will be speaking today about the church and entrepreneurship, bridging the gap. Now, let me just give you a little bit about how I got to where I am today, and in choosing this topic. My mother and my grandmother raised me to be the best that I could be, do everything with excellence. And I watched my grandmother and my mother in doing so many different things, using their hands. My grandmother made quilts with the ladies from the church. And when they saw a need, whether it was in the church or in the community, they would gather around at my grandmother's house and sing and make quilts. And they didn't even think about at the time of selling anything. I think about the quilts that people sell now and how much money they get from selling those quilts. But they did this because they were servers, they were problem solvers. They saw the needs and they just did what they did to supply that need. And my mother was one of 11 sisters and brothers, and she was the family seamstress. She also crocheted, made pretty much anything that she wanted to without having a pattern. She she did cake decorating. She learned to do that. She went back to one of the community centers and learned how to do that. She made mitts for showers and weddings. And I don't even think that she even realized when she passed at 91 years old that she was an entrepreneur. I know she probably didn't even know what that word was. But I went after she passed, I saw business cards that she had made to let people know what she did. And I think she just realized that she had something that was good and she could get paid to do it. Most of what she did was to supplement income for raising my brother and me as a single parent or one parent home, I should say. Um, at the age of 14, 15, when I was living in Pennsylvania, my godmother taught me to run the hand cranked copy machine. If any of you are near my age, you may remember those where you put the paper in, and when you did the printing, you would smell the paper just to smell that ink. And probably wasn't good for us to do it, but we did. She opened a daycare at our church, and I was her assistant. I don't know why she chose me to do that, but she taught me how to interview our first employee, the first daycare worker, and the cook. Now, mind you, this was at 15 years old, but I'm grateful for her putting me in that place to be challenged, and it taught me what it means to start a business. And I watched her to know the things that was needed to do that. And my father, he was a carpenter, and he was a cook. Um, he sold footstools that he made, and he cooked hams for Christmas. And many times he would give them away in the community. I also learned a lot from my aunt and my uncle who had a catering business here in Raleigh. And the amazing thing out of all of these people that I watched, they all held down full-time jobs. Therefore, I learned at a very early age hard work, perseverance, and to have several streams of income. And I've always passed that on to my children. Therefore, I became an entrepreneur before graduating from high school, as well as worked in corporate America. And I also incorporated, even to this day, in ministry, or even the ministry at my church. I worked on 2 movies. One was Bull Durham in costuming. I was as a seamstress. I also worked at the theatrical department at Duke University, making costumes. Um, I made formal wear for debutante balls, weddings, and for people in Raleigh, actually in corporate America, when they knew that I would sew or could sew. I am an independent insurance agent. I am licensed, and I do seminars and various things there. I'm saying all that to bring this to my topic. There are so many members of our churches who hold leadership roles in our churches, and they are entrepreneurs. They have gifts and talents, and a lot of times we don't even know that. Even as leadership, it's not known who in the church have businesses or what they do, and it could be a part of outreach in the ministry, in the community. And so I started thinking even more about it in 2020, which has ignited so much hopelessness and no assurance or reassurance. And there are so many people that are entrepreneurs that are a part of ministry. And I'm not sure if leadership always or actually realizes that they have issues and things that they need at this time. And also bridging the gap, not just for that, but also to use the entrepreneur in ministry. Um, I just know that now it's not a time to quit or fall behind. So the church, the entrepreneur needs to get together so that we can accomplish much. Um, so many entrepreneurs, there are some that I know of, they are hurting, not just physical pain. We know a lot of people are hurting there, but it's mental and also financial devastation due to the virus that has quickly become a pandemic. There's been loss of life and livelihood. And I think that this is the time that the church must be the witness that we are called to be. And as entrepreneurs, this is the time to step up and use our resources and time to join forces with the church to do a new thing in this world. I believe that the church will play an integral part in restoring people to God, those who have been stressed, who have become stressed, they're depressed, and on the verge of losing hope. In turn, those who are restored will be able to minister to the world about the God that we serve. No, we have entrepreneurs in the church who are in the marketplace who can reach the world. Those whose church leadership may not be able to reach. God has a place for all of us. Many times we expect the leaders to do all of the witnessing and bringing people in. But I believe that all of us have that um, calling to do. And I think as entrepreneurs, because we meet a lot of different people from a lot of different businesses, genre, people coming to your business, or if you don't have a brick and mortar, that you are in contact with a lot of people. So that can become ministry. But I think we have to bridge the gap that separates us from working as one, as entrepreneurs and the church. And so until we can heal or bring together from inside the church, we won't be able to be effective in the world. Um, and I think that there are some shortcomings on both sides, the church and the entrepreneur. Excuse me. In many of our churches, over the years, there have been a lot of times little to no conversation about faith and our work or our businesses, especially when it comes to being an entrepreneur. Therefore, there's no guidance to connect the entrepreneur's faith and their business. Oftentimes, the entrepreneurs will leave a ministry and go where he or she will find help or feel a sense of belonging. The church often feels that the entrepreneur is more concerned with making money and investing in their business than in God's business and his or her spiritual life. The church a lot of times feels that that person is about serving themselves rather than serving God and serving others. They think that the entrepreneur many times doesn't need help. They'll see a business and they'll say, you know, they look like they're prospering. And the assumption is that that business owner is doing just fine. But there is a whole lot more to the entrepreneur than just having that business. And as an entrepreneur, the thinking is that the church doesn't care about me. They just want my money. They don't have a lot of interaction with me as a person outside of my business. And then the other thing is they'll say they don't understand or they choose not to relate or they can't relate to me and my work and bring that into my spiritual being. And I also think a lot of times entrepreneurs will say, you can't, we don't speak the same language. We're not on the same page. I invest in my business and I'll serve my customer. And that's how I stay in business. So I don't have the support of the church nor investment in me as a person. Um, I started thinking about how can we bridge the gap. Now there are a whole lot of other things that I could say or go into as far as the thoughts um, of the church and the thought of the entrepreneur, but we'll just kind of go into trying to bridge this gap um, between the church and the entrepreneur. Now, one thing is that we as the church have to minister to the whole person. Um, Faith, work, family relations, um, all of these make up the whole person. Then we can work together to carry out the vision and ministry of the church when we can reach that person in all of those areas. Leadership has to incorporate the gifts and the work of the entrepreneur into the ministry so that they will feel that what they do matters and that they matter in the individual ministries. Now, during this pandemic, the church has to be, I think, sensitive to all of the pressures that entrepreneurs face, as well as when the protesting was going on, a lot of businesses had to shut down for a period of time. Some were not even able to open back up. As the brick and mortar, I know of some people, they even put signs in their window in the Black community saying, I am a Black business. And they were still broken into. People still destroyed what they had. And if you don't work, then you don't have income. And when you don't have income, then that creates other problems in your family, in every area of your life. Closed doors mean that there's no income. It means uncertainty, and it does bring on a lot of stress. And I believe as an entrepreneur, we have a calling. Just like we look at the church leaders, the preacher, as having a calling, we have a calling to serve not just in our work, but in our church community. Um, I don't think as an entrepreneur, maybe we don't always look at it in that light, but to be an entrepreneur, to take on that title and take on that responsibility, I believe that it has to be a call because it's not an easy thing to do to just go out on your own. There are so many areas and so many things that if you're in corporate America, you can just throw that off on them. But when you are your own business, there are a lot of things that you have to do that you can't expect somebody else to come and take care of that for you. Or I think about the insurance. I think about hiring people. I think about all of the things that has to go into a business, whether you're brick and mortar or not. And so it has to be a calling for you to even want to consider yourself a business owner or an entrepreneur. Um, we as workers, I believe that the church and the an entrepreneur, a business owner, works together in the kingdom to accomplish what we need, and that's a part of bridging this gap. In order for us to work together in the kingdom, we have to try to be on the same page. Many times we become so engulfed as entrepreneurs in our work that we don't always ask for help when it's needed. We don't take the responsibility for the disconnect that may be between the church and entrepreneur. Also, we have to speak up. We don't always let our leadership know what's going on with us. I've heard people say, well, they ought to know. Well, I thought somebody else would say something about whatever it is that I'm dealing with. But that's not the responsibility of anyone else but you. Um, will say, well, I just feel like that they're just too busy. Let them make that decision whether they're too busy or not. I think that we have to start having that relationship with our leadership so that we can work together. Now, since we're talking about the church, let's just look at Jesus. Jesus is the prime example of getting the entrepreneur involved. When Jesus chose the 12 disciples, he knew their resume and he chose, let's just kind of go down the list a little bit. He chose Peter. Peter was a fisherman who did evangelistic and missionary work among the Jews. He was a member of the inner circle. He was a Galilean who was known to be an innovator. James was a fisherman. He was a man of courage. John was a fisherman, a member of the inner circle, a man of action, of ambition. Andrew, a fisherman, a missionary. Bartholomew, he was a missionary and thought to have come from royal blood or a noble birth. John, Jude's brother, was a preacher. He was a man of strong character. Judas was the treasurer who became the traitor. Jude was a preacher, and he was thought to be a fisherman. Matthew, we always know about Matthew, the tax collector by trade. He was one who was hated by all men because everybody was having to pay tax but that was the type of work that he did. But he was committed to Jesus' ministry. Philip was thought to be a fisherman. Simon, a zealot, possibly a fisherman who was a fanatical Jewish nationalist who became a man of faith. And Thomas, the pessimist, man of courage, the man whose doubts transformed to great faith. And we can't leave out the ladies. Lydia, we'll just talk about Lydia for a second. She was a business owner dealing in textiles. She colored with the purple dye. Her wealth allowed her to live independently. And she was also a worshiper, a minister of God. There's so many examples that we have in the Bible of business owners who also were about the business of God. And I believe that as the church, we are in the business of reaching souls. We make disciples, we educate and prepare for service. We pray, we counsel, and support the entrepreneur, especially those that are in our ministry. And we should be able to incorporate the entrepreneur as those who are called so that we can accomplish the goal of ministry, um, um, making disciples of Jesus Christ. I think about at my church, and I don't even know if my bishop intended it this way, but I started going down a list and started thinking about the number of entrepreneurs that are a part of our ministry. And I I actually came up with at least 13 that I really hadn't thought about it in that light. But there are some of them are ministers, some of them are photographers that are ministers, insurance agents. We have people that were a young lady who works with single parents. She has her own business. She was a model. We have, and some have passed on, another insurance agent who taught finance classes in our church. And I know a number of individuals who purchased their home after getting their debt down from coming to that finance class. And my husband of 40 years before he passed, he was a pressman and he did a lot of his printing for other people, for weddings and things like that. Also, he did it at our church. So one of the things he did was saved us a whole lot of money because you all know that printing can be a very expensive thing. And he saved us a lot of money because he incorporated it into ministry or as ministry. And I could go on and on about that, but it just started to dawn on me that that is a part of being able to connect with the people in the ministry. And as long as we can do that, then I think that we're bridging that gap that has been in the church for a long time. If you would ask some of the leadership if they even know how many people in their ministry have their own businesses or have ever thought about incorporating them into various auxiliaries or ministries in the church so that they can enhance the ministry. And when I say enhance, not so that people would think that you have a large membership, but enhance the kingdom of God so that they will be seen in the community as those who are able to serve and to bring people in to Christ. And as entrepreneurs, since we have that call, I believe that call is to serve because even in your business, you are serving You are bringing your service to a customer in whatever type of business it is. And we as leaders, we are problem solvers as entrepreneurs, and we are leaders because we are over our business. We solve problems for people. We are risk takers, and that is for sure. You take a risk because you are the person that, when it's all ended, everything comes back on you as the entrepreneur. Um, we love and support and serve our community in many capacities, whether it is if you're a seamstress, or if you have a store, or if you have a tech business. And I have listened to so many this week talking about passing on to youth what they have and the things that they do, so that the youth will be able to see and learn and be productive adults. When we follow the leaders of our church to incorporate us in the ministry as entrepreneurs, then I think that brings the love that the ministry need, and we um, have that love for ministry as a server, just as we love our business. Um, and then that brings us to love to enhance the kingdom of God as we enhance our business when we do this. And we can accomplish much. And I keep saying that because when we all come together, this is how we do it. Coming together and acknowledging the shortcomings between each other, and bringing this all together and solving the problem inside so that we can go outside. The church, I believe, and the entrepreneur has to have a transformed mindset, a change to change our perspective of each other so that we can fulfill the call of God. That's basically what I wanted to say today. And I know that within the Black community, we have so much to offer within the Black churches, within the Black entrepreneurs. And I'm seeing more and more through the Black Expo that there are many people that have so many things that they're offering, not just to our youth, but to anyone who is willing to step out and do what that call is upon our lives. And I am learning even more how to connect even more with leadership. And I would love to see that within our Black churches so that we can not depend on other people, not depend on others for the things that we can do in our community to keep the wealth, as others have said, in our communities. And when we do that, then others will see, and they will see the Christ that's in you. We are to go into all the world and preach the gospel. And I don't think preaching is just the words that come out of your mouth, but I believe that it's the life that you're living and what you are giving to people. It's got to be more than just talk. It's got to be what we can give.
All right, all right, all right. Thank you so very much. You did an outstanding job. You know, it's always good to see great people doing great things. How can people reach you?
My number, most of the time, is probably the best way: 919-395-6454. And I'm also, my business is Sell, SEL, the number four, Life, LIFE, LLC. And I'm on Facebook, and I also have an Instagram page. But the telephone number is the best way to reach me.
Well, we want to thank you for being on today, and we look forward to the great things that you're going to continue to do, okay?
Thank you so very much, and I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. And Mark, as we continue to move on, earlier we were thanking so many people about, them being a part of this, and being a part of what we're doing today. It's been one of those days where we've had a chance to talk to so many great people. And as we continue to move on, we wanted to take a moment to kind of pivot. We've talked about so many things on yesterday. We had planned on showing you another side of business, and that's the business of art. We just had a young lady who was talking about publishing. Hopefully, you got her information. But we did want to go into some of the art side of things. Now, this year, I'm going to be releasing my book called Human Landscapes, edited by Jackie Shelton Green. And that book is going to be about a new style that I created. And that new style that I created is a style that people are going to be looking at for years to come. As I tell people all the time, as a young man, I followed Romare Bearden, I followed Charles White, I followed Ernie Barnes, and they were very, very impactful in my life. And also looking at people like Picasso and other folk. And this is not the right one, Mark. Let's go all the way down to the page, okay? So as I did work on other art artists such as Rembrandt, as Rubens, Monet, Kandinsky, and these other artists, I began to formulate my feeling in terms of art. A lot of times when people talk about art, they don't realize that an artist goes through a metamorphosis. An artist goes through a change. And most artists start one way. And one of the reasons that they stop drawing and painting is they get to a point where now they're no longer copying work. Now it's time to create work. And some artists are great copiers. Some artists can draw something just like it is, but when it comes to them actually creating something from nothing, that is a whole nother skill set. And so when I was about 8 years old, my great grandfather came to me and he said, "You need to be a lawyer." And I said, "Well, I don't want to be a lawyer." And he said, "Well, what do you want to be?" And I said, "I wanted to be an artist." And so he just turned around and walked out the room. A couple of months later, he came back and he said to me, "Okay, now either you're going to be an artist or you're going to be a lawyer. And every black family needs to be a lawyer." And I said, "Well, I'm going to be an artist." And he said, "Well, if you're going to be an artist, then you're going to have to start drawing today." And so I went into my bedroom and I started drawing. And I've never stopped since. And a couple of months later, he came in and he said, "Well, look, this is what you're going to do. I'm going to start this hallway right here, and and we're gonna start an art museum here, and you're only gonna sell to collectors because collectors are gonna buy your work, they're gonna protect it, and they will keep it." He said, "If you go out here and just give your work away, when you get older, nobody will know where it is." And that's what I've done for years and years and years and years, and that's what it's all about. And right now, I'm going to show you guys some of my art. So, Mark, take it away. As a matter of fact, if you go to the page that says Art Tours, Mark, go to the
I went
page.
to the page that says Art Tours, and hold on 1 second. Oh, I see. There's one that says 4:30, and there's another that says 8:30. So I'm going to grab the one that says 4:30 because there's one that you told me was not the right one when I pulled it up, but I'm ready to go and see this. Hopefully, this is the right one because it says Intense, and it's on. It says Art. It's on the Art Tours, but it's not the one at the bottom of your page. So
Well,
that's
the
what it
one
is.
the one at the bottom of my page is will say from the Durham Voice.
Okay, but that's not what that one says.
Mm-hmm. This one is the Barack Obama one. We showed this last week in the middle of the week. Yeah, keep going, and there it is right there.
And that's what I clicked on.
Let's click. Let's click on it.
Yeah, let's click on it. All right.
Okay.
Is that the right one?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In that case, we will get ready to go full screen,
Mm-hmm.
and I will get ready to go play it. See what happens. I just put there and it just said. All right, and we will get ready to play it. Hopefully, this is going to work.
from Washington D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham
Full,
when I was
yes, full screen.
5 or 6, and then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother. She's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works. She's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. What happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is "Faces That Speak Life." That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Bringing you up. There you go.
And of course, that's what we want. I wanted to share that with you guys as we're going to do a feature on my art for a few minutes. I've sat through all of the other speakers, and I thought it'd be appropriate for me to show the other side. As I've said to people, when you're doing things, when you have to evaluate the total package, you got to look at that package not just for what you see, but what it is. And I wanted to share some of my artwork with all of the people out there, as my book is going to be coming out in 2021, and the name of that book is going to be Human Landscapes. And if you look at the work that I'm doing now, you'll notice that you got all these kinds of lines on their face. They represent the human emotions that people spew out as you're looking at them. when you see them happy, when you see them sad, when you see them confused, when you see them mad, and of course when they scream at you. That's what this whole, I would call, movement is all about, the human landscapes. And of course, that book is going to be available on all everywhere. And there are 5 other books that I'm going to be producing also, and those books will be more artsy books. The next one is going to be The Face of Change, and a little story about the Face of Change art show. I was doing an art show for the Hayti Heritage Center, and Diane Pleasure was the director. And so while I was doing that show, my mom came to my house, and she came in my studio and she said, "You have to do 3 Barack Obamas." And I said, "Well, that's not in the show." And mind you, I was just going to take some work off of my walls and just take them over there, and that would be a show because people hadn't seen some of my work, and I figured that would be a great show. But my mom's wanted 3 Barack Obamas, so I said, "Okay, Mom." She was working on the campaign here in North Carolina, and so I took an ink pen and I drew 3 Barack Obamas with an ink pen, and I just set them aside, and I started doing other things. And then my mom's came back and she said, "You know, Barack Obama is going to be the 44th president, and you have to draw 44 Barack Obamas." And so here I am. I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to draw no one man 45 times. So I told my mom, I said, "Look, I asked Diane, it's her show, I'm just the artist." And she said, "Okay, but that's what I want you to do." So I go to Diane and I said, "Diane, my mama said it'd be a good show." And I said real softly, "If I did a Barack Obama show, 44 Barack Obamas." She jumped out the chair and said, "That would be great." Mind you, that it was 2 months before my show. So I go home and I sit down for about 2 hours and I try to figure out how am I going to create a Barack Obama show of Barack 44 times, because once you as an artist draw him the first time, it's pretty much over. And so I sat there and I said, well, I'm going to draw Barack Obama like 44 different artists drew Barack Obama. And here we have the results. Get me off the screen. And of course, there wasn't a full screen there, so we're going to show you another video that was produced here in Durham by a young lady by the name of Sherry Ballantyne. And as I was talking about earlier, I did 44 Barack Obamas, and I did it like 44 different artists drew Barack Obama. And that was the piece and the key to the show. And it was a magnificent show. It toured in a couple of galleries. And the thing that really blew me away with the show was the kind of time it took to do the show. Because I only had 2 months. All of the pieces were 24 by 36. I didn't really get any sleep because I had to work almost 25 hours, 24, 20. I just kept working and working and working. A part of my commitment was to get it done. And I talk about commitment. A lot of times people don't really understand what commitment is. Commitment is not doing the work until you get tired. Commitment is doing the work till you get it done. And so with that kind of commitment, I was able to get it done with 44 Barack Obamas. And when I did the show, a couple of producers came out, and one producer was Sherry Ballantyne, and Miss Ballantyne wanted to do a feature on me. And so she came to my studio where she videotaped it, and we did a feature on the Barack Obama pieces, which is now a DVD that we sell and show to museums and galleries around the world. And right now we're going to go into that Barack Obama piece produced by Sherry Ballantyne.
Eric, the one that I found is 2 minutes long. I don't think that's the one you wanted, or is it? Because it got the faces, but it's
Play it.
I will play it.
Make the screen bigger, please. And of course, as looks like I'm just showing my art shows. I'm having a ball here. You know, one thing about having your own Facebook Live, you can do what you want to do, and I'm doing what I want to do. And people, I want you to know I'm having a ball. I'm having a wonderful time. Me and Mark, we just doing what we want to do. That's the difference. In this station and everybody's station all over the nation, I can come up and say what I want to say as long as I keep it in the good confines of the great people at Facebook. And so now we're going to go into the one that I've been looking for all day, and this is the Barack Obama pieces. And you've had a chance to see some more of my work. And of course, if you'd like to have me to do a show at your gallery, your museum, you can give me a call at 919-308-9090 or go to the website. Just Google me, EricKelly3rd.com, and I'll come up. And you can go and see the kinds of work that I do as we get prepared to go on the last one, and after which we're going to go into our next speaker.
It's the right one, but we're about to find out. So I'm still confused. Is that the right one?
Let it go, Mark. We can hear you.
Expo.
Make it large.
Work.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I try to do, anything. Yeah, I try just to keep lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there is an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer.
brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
You're up.
And of course, as we continue, I got to get on my phone. Yes, ma'am. Where are you?
I'm on. What else do I do? I'm on this. You want me on the string yard, right?
Yeah, click on the StreamYard and keep on coming in. It'll keep.
Oh, okay. I see it's about it.
Yes, ma'am. And when you come in, I'm sitting here waiting on you.
I see you now.
Yes, indeed. Oh, stop, stop, stop. I can't take it. I can't take it. The thing about my show or the thing about this network, we can get on the phone and talk to people. This is real time, so this is live. Ain't nobody playing no games. We doing what we can. Can you bring up the good ambassador? Please bring her up. She's ready to go. Hey, ambassador, how you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
Happy Sunday.
Oh, we've done this for 7 days, and we finally got to Sunday. And this journey has just been amazing.
Praise God. Praise
Yes.
God.
Yeah, we've touched people's lives. We've transformed people's minds, and the most important thing, we have been patient with people. When we had technical difficulty, we just got on the phone. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What do I need to do? What do I need to do with you? When things were going wrong, I throw one of my videos up and say, "Go ahead, let's knock it out." Then I come back and just talk, like I'm doing now.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm a time
business.
guy.
That's business.
Yeah, I'm a time guy, so I want to start you right at 4 o'clock. So I just push that little envelope just a little bit because I'm having a wonderful time. And for those who do not know, this is Ambassador Lenora Peterson, and of course she's going to be doing Ladies of the Nations, and women out there, pay attention. Get your pen and pencil out. It's going to be a ride. And if you're having any problems, all you got to do is just say it. Put it in the chat
Yeah,
box.
because
and we'll
I'm
take good care.
trying to. I just need to know. Okay, when it says share screen, I just click on that.
Yes, you. Matter of fact, why don't you put us on the side, Mark? I'm gonna walk her through it. Okay.
Okay.
Mark is gonna put us on the side, and then you click share screen.
Click on share screen now. Okay, let me do that. Let me close up. Okay. I don't want too much open.
Now I know that's right.
Okay. Okay. Share screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hit share screen.
And then look to your right, I believe, and it'll say reshare.
I'm hitting it allow. Let me see.
Don't worry, we got you. We're gonna wait till you get there.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure. It say allow. Remember this decision. Okay. Okay, it said cannot allow permission to access. Okay, let me see. Don't y'all play with me.
Oh, you good. You good.
Okay. See allow.
Mm-hmm. And then there should be something that says reshare to
I
your
see
right.
both. I see both of us right now on the share screen part.
Hold on. Let me get everything done.
Okay.
Smile. Don't look like that. What do we got?
I had.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Hold on.
Do you see that?
What are we doing, Mark?
I'm waiting for it to come up. It hasn't come up yet, so I'm waiting for it.
Give us a minute. It's going to be coming up shortly, okay?
Yes, sir.
Waiting for it to come up. Still hasn't come up.
Okay, now is there another button she needs to hit?
She should have hit. Is it got audio on it? Because you should have seen something on the left. That's the button you were talking about. That should have said allow audio.
Okay, do you see a button on your left that says allow audio?
Okay, let me see.
You should
All I
a
just see
button.
it says, will you allow StreamYard to see your screen?
Is that the right button, Mark?
She should, yeah, she's in the studio, so she should see down at the bottom some things that say unmute, start cam, and one of them will say share screen.
Okay, did you see the one at the bottom that said share screen?
And then
Yes.
now,
Click that button.
thank you.
Click it again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
And it should come up and say, and off the left, it should say allow audio if it's got audio.
Okay, and then on your left, you should see a button that says allow audio.
When it comes up.
All I
When
see
it
in the
comes
middle,
up,
it says share your two monitors. Share
let me mute.
work the best of your computer. I don't see nothing say share audio. Just say share screen. Okay. It says but these are supposed to be screen share tips. Audio. It's just three things. They share is easy with two monitors. Okay, and and then it says share works best on a good computer. This is what I see. And then it says use Chrome if you like to share audio with your screen. So, did he hear me? You guys is not, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute because I'm getting something in the background. Hit the button
Okay.
that says share screen.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, hold on.
Because it said,
You got to allow them. You got to allow things to work. Okay.
Right. You gotta let it.
yeah, I'm good. I have two computers right in front of me, quiet as it kept.
I know. I know. We got time. We good. We only 5 minutes in. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay, Mark. What are we doing?
I'm still waiting for it to come up on my side because, like I said, you know how everybody else has been. We're waiting for it to come up on my side. So that's why I'm saying she's got to hit the share screen, and then because I've actually been walking through it myself.
Okay.
And when she hits the share screen, it should say share the entire screen.
Okay. Once you hit the shared screen, it should say share the entire screen. You see something that says share the entire screen?
Let me try it again. I didn't see that. Let me look again.
Go back out and come back in. That's what she's got to do.
I didn't share screen. Okay, allow.
Thank you.
Let me see. Wait a minute. Let me go back because this is something that's.
She's got to
Okay, I see that. Okay, I got it. Okay.
We're fine. We're fine.
I call myself doing it. I clicked on the share entire screen.
Okay, now let the software work. Once you click on share the entire screen, it should
Yeah,
come
because
up. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I see two screens
There
at
we
the
go.
bottom.
There we go. Now we getting there.
Okay.
Where is it?
It was gas. It's trying to come
Just
up
hold
on
on.
the side.
You see me and you to the side.
Yes, so there y'all go.
Oh, yes.
Okay, give it a minute. It's gonna come up,
Yes.
and I'm gonna introduce you like nothing never happened. Okay, what is going on with her boxes?
Now you know you got to give us one-on-one classes with this next time.
Get in and do whatever presentation she want to do. Because right now, what we've got control of is whatever she's got on her.
Okay, click onto your
She's on
presentation.
her computer.
Click onto the presentation that you're gonna use.
Okay.
You got your present. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, here we go.
All
There
right.
you go. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Ambassador Peterson. What did you do?
She had it as if she lost it.
Click back on it. Click
It come
back
up?
on it. Yeah, it was up, and then
Do
you
it again.
clicked on. There you go. All right. I'm gonna introduce you to you, and of course, you know, with Eric Kelly, I'm gonna.
I tried to come back to you.
You're fine. Don't come back to me. It's all on you now, and I will. We'll edit that piece out. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I introduce to you Ambassador Lenora Peterson. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. This is an honor for me to be a bunny. I know we are doing something a lot different this year due to the fact of the corona, but God is good because He's making us still connect. I want to truly thank my co-host, rather, Mr. Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I send also a virtual thank you to Dr. George Frazier. As he was speaking about me, my name is Ambassador Dr. Lenora Peterson Macklin. I am the former ambassador for President Barack Obama Lifetime Achievement Award Program for volunteer service and advocacy around the world. Before he left office, I was a part of that for about 4 years. Then once he retired, which everyone knows, he's still in the yard with us, but I'm now the ambassador with the UN Embassy. I am an ambassador now for over 100 countries. I am connected, and it's called Ladies of the Lord International. I'm going to click on it and explain to you, first of all, what Lady of the Lord is. I'm waiting for it to come up. Bear with me. It's trying to dial in. I hope everything is good, but it should be. I see it trying to go to that page, and we know how technology can be. Come on. It don't seem to want to go to the next page. I don't know. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Okay, here it comes. Sorry of the Lord International. We are considered, this is an international leadership program for ladies, and we are collaborating with women all over the world. And we're called We Are the Change. It is a membership program as well. We are the international leadership, and it's presented with bodies. Is also an international organization that has been formed and given a global voice. Finance, laws, business, you name it, we are a part of it. Our mission is to unite with all the different countries and all different language. And we actually have ministers, we have lawyers, we have just regular individuals, we have advocacies, and this helps us to bring our purpose to them. We all live in the same style of life in our own perspective. We are the creator, we are the peacemaker, we are the explorer. With that being said, our mission is to us to initiate was created by the Lodi. It's a drive change, created dialogue, and raise public awareness. We welcome, and also we come together in a solidarity and we collective voices and motive change, supporting and encourage each other by creating awareness and unity to make the world a better place. Here, this is just showing you some of the countries that we are now connected with, which Canada, Germany, Spain, New Zealand, United Kingdom, India. We're connected with so many. So I'm just kind of scrolling down, but please visit the website, which is GIA Advocate university.com, and you will find out more about it. We do have bi-monthly Zoom calls at this time right now. We also offer government certification. We also offer grant writing, nonprofits resource. We also have funding. We have all of this involved in our benefits program. Let's see what else can I show you about us. So let me go inside real quick. Because like I said, it's dialing in its own way. You click here. I can get it just to show you a little more of it. Okay. I can't seem to get in it, but it's so much to see. Let me see if I can try up at the top. I want to go to the gallery. Okay. Come on. Trying to, all right. This young lady right here, which her name is Dr. Maiki, she's originally our president. She's located in London. I am the United States chairperson. And these are some of the flags that we are actually connected with at this time. Countries, as what I'm trying to say. Let me see what else I can show you about this particular organization real quick. Again, like I say, just visit GIA Advocate University. Okay, this is showing that that part is not in there this time. So we're going to move on. We're going to move on, but that's what Ladies of the Lord is all about. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about GIA right now, if it permits me to do that. Okay, come on now. Okay, well, it went back to GIA. But this is just a questionnaire form. You can just fill it out, and one of our counselors will call you and talk with you and find out and tell you more about it, and you can get more details if you are interested in joining this international group. I couldn't get into the gallery to show you other pictures, but I think it's because we're streaming, and I'm doing it from the website, and it's saying to me to wait. So I'm going to just move on and tell you about GIA, which is Global International University. Because we have a lot to offer with this particular organization. I have yours truly on here. Let me just see if I can show you it's like I said, it's trying to dial in. Okay, here it comes. Global International is an honorary doctorate school, which we give our honorary doctors in humanitarianism. I have been honored to connect with ones from all around the world. This is one of our main chaplains, which we were at the state capitol, downtown Georgia. I'm trying to bring up some pictures and give you ideas so you can see some of the individuals that we have connected with. is the World Chamber, and these are individuals and sponsors from all around the world, and Democrat leaders and diplomats and other ambassadors, and myself, yours truly. This is me. This is one of our main spiritual connection mother, which is Dr. Juanita Bynum. She's also international. So we were there congratulating her on her new adventure of going to a point where she started her own program. I'm going to, this is me being honored at the UN for Global Empowerment Movement. This is another organization I am a part of, and that has to do with Nigeria. Myself at the graduation. These are just different pictures. I'm just giving you an idea. As I travel the country, I even wear their attire. These are graduates at the Capitol back in, I think, 2016. They received their Lifetime Achievement Award from Barack Obama. Which she's, you know her, she's a famous singer. Monica, she graduated last year from Global International as one of the honorarians, and received her doctorate. So, and myself, again, Dr. Juanita Bynum, she's one of our chair, and also she is also one of the graduates. And she's also a chaplain. So we are connected also. This is the Lifetime Achievement Award program as well as the Global International. And now that Biden is going to be sworn in, we will have him and our new vice president, which I have to give a woo-hoo, in place of the United States of America organization. Other graduates. These are lifetime achievements. This gentleman right here, he's known for being Anthony Smith. He's a two-time NFL player. He won the Super Bowl of the Green Bay Packers one year, as well as I think Green Bay Packers and Pittsburgh Steelers. So we have all walks of life that comes through our program. We also have a Goodwill Ambassador program as well for individuals that are trying to become missionaries overseas. These are other young men that graduated last year. This is Mr. Palmer Williams, which you know him. Tyrese is also an actor. These people have some beautiful stories to tell about themselves. And so they were in 2019, myself just speaking at one of the graduates programs. So these are just a few pictures. I just want to tell you what it's all about. We have a lot of fun. We support each other. We collaborate. And now we will definitely be a big part of the Black Expo coming each year. I'm also a chairperson at Clark Atlanta University, and I was presenting some awards and a check at that time at Clark Atlanta. So we do support other colleges. Again, this was with AARP. We were presenting this to the president. I believe at that time, Mr. Eric was at this particular celebration with us. This is one of my international groups, which we had communities of 4 bishops, and we had chiefs apostles, and I am the UN ambassador. So this was something that was going on as well. So it's an adventure in my life. And again, like I said, she's a big, strong supporter, Dr. Bynum. She was at one of our Diamond Award celebrations. This was at Clark Atlanta, presenting to a lot of the professors there and officials. So there's always something that we give back. Whatever we do, we give back. Class of 2019. It's class of, again, I presented her with an award. Like I said, these are just the bishops and Impact for International. These are awards that was presented to my organization from Chicago, from their state Illinois, proclamation from different departments. So like I said, we work very hard in our organization, and we always being thanked through the grace of God. Just trying to click it again. Yes, you don't want to. I don't know if that's the end or if it's just frozen. Maybe at the X is not letting me move. Okay. So yeah, I just X'd out. So that's basically what Global International is. I'm going to see if I can just go to the course page real quick and just show you what we have to offer, and then I'll move on, because time can move fast, but again, this is still very enjoyable. We also have supporters like Dr. Cindy Trim, John Elkhart. There are many that are strong advocate leaders as well as ministers. Al Sharpton. There are many, many more that do support us in our adventures of helping to build a better community. The school was also endorsed by yours truly, which he's no longer here, and that was John Lewis. That picture was there, but I don't know what happened. Okay, we have a certified advocate of National Community Service Program. We also have a certified ordained chaplain of National Community Service, which is about to change over to international missionary. That site is now being built. Then we have the ambassador program, which is for international ambassadorship and the honorary doctorate. And the only things required for this, you just have to have at least 500 hours of life experience in some type of work, your high school diploma, reference, and you can also be a 501c3 organization, or you can be a business. So just come and submit your name, and like I said, one of our representatives will contact you. So now I'm going to show you a little bit about myself. I can go to the sponsors real quick. Our sponsor page basically had to be updated, but there are others. Like we have the Inner City Gun Violence Prevention Program, the Way, the Truth, and the Life Christian Center, which is a beautiful, beautiful church here in the city of DeKalb. C. Harper Enterprise, the Government Contract Associate, Kingdom Building Ministry, Aaron Barron, which is another school. And these are different ministries. We have the Anointed World Life Center. Let Your Heart Beat Again is an organization for people that have lost loved ones. They're connected with Channel 57 television here. Janet Barnett Ministry, the Spiritual of the Holy Spirit, Dr. Diane Holland's ministry. These are ministries that have just came aboard and to support this organization. Kingdom Covenant International Ministry, the Body of Christ Deliverance, and Tall One Outreach Ministry, which she does plays, and she's located in the state of North Carolina as well. Now, Lodi is now connected with others overseas, so we have not put them on here yet, but there are others that is now sponsors and partners with our organization, and we do give back to other organizations as well. We don't just take in, but we feed back. So it's a thing about growing and branching as a family because we are all in unity. So I think it is about 429. I've written a book last year, well, this year basically, but last year, because of the pandemic, it made me was able to complete it. And I just want to go into that page and just show you a little bit about myself. You can order the book on this particular website as well, or you can either go to Amazon and order it in the ebook. If there are any questions, again, go to GIAadvocateuniversity.com and you can find out more information about it if you cannot order it, if it don't go through, or you can leave a note to let us know, what your purpose is or what you need to know more about this program. And the name of my book is called The Lady, the Level, and the Loyalist. From my private pain to public passion. Because a lot of people always want to know, well, who is Dr. Peterson? How did she become a Goodwill Global ambassador? Well, this book will tell you a lot about me, from being a UN ambassador, executive director for this particular school program, honorary program. And so it gives you an idea who I am. And I'm a mother, like many of you. I'm trying to go back, it's moving too fast. So you can read about it on my link page. Okay, come on, going to part 1. Those are my 3 beautiful daughters. And you can read, okay, come on now. Sliding too fast. Let me try to do it this way by hand. Okay, I'm trying to go back. I want to go back a little bit. Okay. Part 1 is about the daughters and myself and being a survivor. Part 2, tell you a little bit about let's get part 2. Let me see if I click this. It's acting silly. Okay. Part 2, letting you know about my schooling and my life chapter. Part 3 goes into the gun violence part. For some reason, the system's acting up, and I do apologize. I'm trying to stroll it up so you can see what's going on. But it's the website, and it's just jumping everywhere. But the reason why I decided to write this, through all my experience and that had to be removed, and I had to rebuild my life all back over again. So I'm telling a story about myself and what I went through and how I got to be where I'm at today and who helped me to get back to where I am and how the doors open and transition for me. I'm just clicking and see if it lets some others come through. There should be other things. And then I give you promptly ideas of how for you to build your own path on how to grow. When you go through those bump roads and, different courses in your life, and who can encourage you and how you can get the perfect experience and using your life to build your brand. This is what we basically talking about, what I'm talking about. And I think there is more, but like I said, please visit the website, and I know you can see more. Again, GIA advocateuniversity.com. I'm going to say it again, GIA advocateuniversity.com, or you can call 404 585 0984. Again, 404 585 0984. Okay. Because it don't seem to let me want to go down to where I want to go in. Because there's more parts to this. The loyalties. I don't know why it's doing that. Part 1. Part 2. Well, so that gives you a little bit of idea who is ambassador, what ambassador is all about, which there's more to tell in the details of this particular program. It's just not letting me bring up what I wanted you really to see in that particular gallery. But we are covering 100 different countries, ladies. So the way for you to collaborate and connect with someone in those countries, if you're thinking of taking a trip somewhere and you know how it is going into other countries, learning the rules and the laws and the protocols, what you need to have, and like you are being well protected, because you don't want to travel around the world not knowing who can do what. And we have many ladies that comes on in leadership classes, and they're speakers, and they tell you a lot about their country. They tell you a lot about their self. They tell you about the good, and they tell you about the bad. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful program to be able to just advance yourself with these particular missions of 100 different countries. So we even have Dubai, and a lot of us are running over there now. So that's another thing. That's a good thing that we have these women's now that's global with us and joining us in unity. So I'm going to see if I can play this video just real quick. It's on here. It may not, but yours truly was interviewing me, if it let it come up. Let's see here. Don't seem like it wants to. I think so. But it's showing us the world. Like we say, help those in need whenever it's generous to the poor leads to the Lord, and we will repay him for his deed. Proverbs 19:17. So you got to be more of a giver and not a taker. This is how I have granted to be who I am today, made my life what it is today, by being a giver. Giver comes first, and the rest will come behind it. I've learned that in life. Your experience speaks for itself. And I'm going to see if it'll play. Just a few little, it's about a minute, second. It may not. I don't think it wants to play. But it will get better. There's 3 different awards. We have this advocacy certification, we have ambassadorship certification, and we have the doctorate. Doctorate is the top of the line. Not showing any faces. I do apologize.
Not going to speak on the politician's faces, but we all can answer that for ourselves. You know?
I'm going to see if I can start it over real quick. Let's see if I can try one more time. It dialed itself in. Let's see what happened this time. Okay. No, it's not playing.
3 different awards. We have this advocacy certification, we have ambassadorship certification, and we have the doctor. Doctor is the top of the line.
Well, I can see it's not going to let us see the video. But again, I want to thank everyone. I do apologize for my errors of technical issues, but I was able to show you some things just to give you an idea of who I am and what Global International Alliance Online Advocate School Program is about. We have LODI, which is Ladies of All Nation International Program. We also have, like I said, we want to have a chaplaincy missionary program that will be starting next month. And we have so many individuals, counseling programs, fundraisers. Also, we have individuals that will help you to get funding. And we have a new program. We just talked about it at our last meeting. So if you're interested in anything that I have to offer you, please, again, go to GIAadvocateuniversity.com or call 404-585-0984. 404-585-0984. Because this is the only way you're going to find out if we are the person for you. We begin in helping you find your beginning, even if it's you at your last dollar. We can make it happen for you if this is what you want. There's no reason that we can't come together, ladies or men, in unity and make it work in our community. And with that being said, thank you and God bless you all.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going? You know, technology is something, ain't it? Ambassador Peterson? Ambassador Peterson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I said technology is something, ain't it?
Yes, it is. And I'm telling you, I just knew everything was going to be okay. But I hope they get an idea of what I was trying to explain. It was so much there. But if they visit the website, they can see it much better and get an idea of what we have to offer. Because like I stated, we got now a new way of being able to raise up to $200,000 in their own name. We had talked about that yesterday. This is connected with people's like, I was going to think of his name. He's one of the big NBA former players, had the television broadcast show. He's one, and they're connected with what's the gentleman that died? Kobe Bryant Foundation, Magic Johnson. These are people that helping us to bring money into the Black community now. So I will tell you a little bit about it myself later. But this is wonderful what they're doing. It was introduced to us yesterday at our meeting, where individuals do not have to worry about the credit. They can take out like a bond on themselves and raise money just in their own name.
I said I had myself on mute. That was my fault.
So
you did an
I thank you
job.
for this invitation. I can't even hear you, but we done lost our sound.
Can you hear me now? I was just listening to you, and we're going to move on to our next
Yeah,
guest.
well, but it's still good. I enjoyed it. I didn't think I could do that in 4 minutes.
Well, you did an outstanding job.
Thank you.
Bring me up.
So
Yes, indeed. And as we continue to say, technical difficulties happen from time to time, but the most important part, we were able to get out the information so that people would know more about the ladies of the nations, and Ambassador Peterson doing an outstanding job with that organization. And that is what it's about, to get an opportunity to talk about your organization, talk about your skill set, talk about your business, talk about something that affects the African American community. And as we continue, we have another presentation coming up, and we're looking at our time. It's right at 4:45, and in 15 minutes, we're going to bring up another presentation. But before we bring up that presentation, we're going to play a couple of videos of a couple of other ministers who are doing great works in the community across this country.
Yeah, we're going to bring those videos up now after I drop her. So I got to drop her first. So hold on one second.
And of course, as we continue to do what we do, we enjoy what we've had. 7 days, 7 days, 7 days. And we're close to the end, man. And when people say, my, how time flies. And it was only Monday, man, when I started this thing. And now it's, I got a text from a friend of mine, and I was telling her, I said, look, this is the 7th day. And she was saying her and her husband have been watching this thing and watching this thing. And she said, are you going to do 7 more days? And I said, you're trying to give me a job. And I said, I'm not looking for a job. And so I'm not going to be doing another 7 days like this, but we'll do one in January. Our next broadcast for the live event will be January the 15th on Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday. If January the 15th, I'm not looking at my calendar, but it'll be the week of Martin Luther King's birthday, whether that be on start on January the 15th, but it'll be the first one of the year. And it's going to be, the under 30 crew. And I'm just so excited to think about that group, as we're going to have somebody else to be standing in here doing what I'm doing, talking to business owners across the country, across the world. And of course, as we get ready for the videos, here we go. And take me off the screen, Mark.
Hi, my name is Lyndon Weddis, 800 Club Minister, and I just want to thank you for joining me today as I share some information with you regarding financial literacy, financial education, and also the power of credit. But before we do that, let me share my story with you real quick. So I was born in the island of Jamaica, and growing up, we always had some of what we needed, but never had anything we wanted. And so over time, we recognize that our circumstances and our situation don't determine our destiny or our success, but over time, they become ingredients of our story, ingredients of our success, and everything that we achieve. So right now, I'm just excited to share this information with you. I graduated from college with a 524 credit score. It was a very devastating experience for me. I couldn't understand how I graduated with 3 degrees from 3 colleges on full scholarships, not to impress you, but to impress upon you the situation and also what is possible. So with that 524 credit score, I struggled. I was highly formally educated, but I was also highly financially illiterate. And that created a lot of struggles for me and my family over time. But eventually, I got it together. And today, I'm in the 800 Club. My wife is as well, and literally just a couple points away from an 850. The bottom line is, it doesn't matter where you are. It's all about where you want to be. That's the goal. I built a very successful career in corporate America, started at the bottom, making $39,500 per year, built a 6-figure career, but then our daughter got severely ill over 2.5 years ago. And at that moment, I recognized that this beautiful career that I built was taking away man's most valuable asset, which is time. And so I needed more time for myself, more time for my family, and more time to help a whole lot more people. And so that's what brought us today to where I am. And so my vision is very clear. See, my vision is to help over 1 million individuals and families with credit, financial literacy, and financial education as well. So let me share my screen with you as we go through this information, just so you can see what financial education and what the power of credit can do for you. So the power of credit and financial education, financial literacy, why is this important more than ever? It is extremely important, especially in this time of the pandemic. We understand the importance of credit, the power of credit, financial literacy, financial education. The single biggest difference between financial success and financial failure is how well we manage money. It is simple. To master money, you have to manage money. We were not taught financial education or financial literacy in schools. So it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to become financially literate. So here's 5 shocking facts that you may have known or did not know about your finances. Right now, you have over $1.057 trillion in credit card debt in the United States as of 2019. 56% of people in the US have no rainy day fund. Understand that back in 08, 09, when we had that real estate crash in the market and all of that, if the average American had an additional $500 in their account, they wouldn't have lost their home. An additional $500. Think about that. You have 46% of baby boomers who have less than $10,000 in their retirement. That is quite alarming. 40% of millennials live a lifestyle of keeping up with the Joneses. And it's not just the millennials, this is across the spectrum. So this is something for us to really think about. Now, you have over 43 million Americans with a 599 or less credit score. That is over 13% of the population. Understand as well that the average salary in the United States is $45,000 per year. And that number is skewed by the top 5%. So it's even lower than that in reality. And so $45K per year, people are living paycheck to paycheck. And that coupled with financial illiteracy, then the result is having bad credit. That's 13% of the population. So what does poor credit do? See, it creates anxiety, embarrassment, frustration, fear, and confusion. For me, I was very confused. But it's really simple. It's nothing to embarrass about. This happens to great people all the time, and there is always a solution. In contrast, when you have great credit, it creates a life of confidence, excitement, and also abundance. Ultimately, great credit allows you to live the quality of life and lifestyle that you desire. But let's talk about good credit, what it does. See, good credit allows you to get new houses, new cars, low interest rates and credit cards and loans, higher limits instead of 1,000, 10,000. Contracts without security deposit. You can get your electric turned on without having to put down a security deposit. Now you can get a cell phone without having to put down a security deposit as well. So let me show you a host of services that are life-changing services. And these are things that will help you put your life in perspective, your finances in perspective, and also put you on a path to really positioning yourself to win. So let's talk about how you build your financial future. See, credit restoration. When you think about credit restoration, it's like you having a house that you built and it was in great shape, but over time, things happen. And so you have to restore that home. It's the same thing with your credit. It could be that you have some inaccurate, obsolete, or erroneous information, collection, bankruptcy, foreclosures, short sales, repossessions, all of those things, or late payments. Those are the things that could be impacting your credit. And so we are thankful for the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the FCRA, passed by the federal government in 1970. And what that allows you to do is to dispute anything that is obsolete, erroneous information on your credit profile with Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian as well. Just very powerful. And the second thing that it allows you to do, it gives you the right to file a suit in the event that is something that is important. Let's talk about credit builder. You see, the good book says, without vision, without knowledge, the people perish. Understand that that is fact. That is reality. You see, information and knowledge without action is nothing. But when information and knowledge is coupled or put into action, the result is success. The result is win. So the financial education is extremely important. Understanding how to build, how to establish, how to improve, and how to utilize, how to master, how to manage your finances, how to manage your credit so that it can position you to win, position you to build a legacy. Credit restoration, you understand what the credit monitoring is, just monitoring your credit. Credit attorney is very powerful. There are certain circumstances where you may need a credit attorney to do things, certain things on your behalf. But let's talk about your credit score. See, your credit score, the FICO, it goes from 300 to 850. See, there are 5 pieces to this. In the middle of it is your length of credit. How long have you established credit? That's 15%. The longer you've established, more seasoned it becomes, and the better it is for your overall credit and your overall credit score. 10% is new inquiries. Once you've been applying more than 5 times in the last 18 months, then it becomes a problem. Another 10% is based on types of credit. What's your credit mix? Do you only have credit cards? That's revolving credit. Do you only have installment loans like a mortgage or a car payment or your student loan? You need to have a good mix. So that's 35% of your credit score. If you can stay on top of that, you're in a good position to build your credit into the 500s, the 600s. But the last 2 pieces, payment history, which is 35%, and the capacity and the amount owed, which is 30%, that is 65% of your credit score. If you can master these 2 pieces, you will find yourself not just in the 700, but also in the 800 club as well. Never use more than 30% of your credit limit. That's the recommendation. I recommend 50, no more than 10%. That's where you're going to find yourself being in the 700 club, and no more than 5% if you want to be in elite status. One late payment can lower your credit score up to 100 points. And so that's the reason why it's so important to stay on top of all these pieces, because ultimately it's going to determine what that number is going to be for you, anywhere from 300 to 850. But how do you organize your financial future? Think about budgeting. If you have more going out than coming in, then that's a problem. Net worth. A lot of people don't understand the difference between liability and assets. A lot of people don't understand how to convert a liability into an asset. For instance, a home can be a liability or it can be an asset. The fact that over time it creates equity, then it's an asset. So, those are the things that's important to really understand, I don't believe that retirement should be based on age. I believe it should be based on your net worth. And so you got to know what you're worth. How about the youth financial literacy family man? My daughter is 7 years old. She understands the difference between bad credit and great credit. She understands why she should use a credit card. What is the power of a credit card? Why is this important? Because if I was taught that at that age, then I wouldn't have had a 524 graduating from college. How do you make the future become very predictable? You do that by investing in the younger generations, the youth, by educating them on personal finance. So when they get to our age, the reality of their lives are going to be much better and much different from ours. You may have some debt that you're looking to pay off. There's a tool we have that can help you to do that. Pay off your debt. It could be a medical bill. It could be some investment went bad. Whatever it is, time is money. Money's time. We show you how to do that in a logical, a reasonable amount of time to put you back on track. You see, you protect your financial future. You build it, you organize it, and you have to protect it. See, identity monitoring is the fastest growing crime in America. Every 2 seconds, someone's identity is stolen every 2 seconds. So you have to protect it. The higher your credit score is, then the more the possibility of your identity being stolen gets higher. So you want to protect that. You want to protect that. Then will and trust. Most Americans don't have a will and trust. See, we've seen famous people passed on and they don't have a will and trust in place. You build a legacy. You worked hard. And so you want to make sure you protect that. See, no longer is this a matter of age. It's a matter of when is your time? When is my time? Am I ready? Are you ready? We have to be ready. Then we also have the financial lockbox where you can store important information in an encrypted environment. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can do that anytime and just incredible 24/7 access. Then savings goal. You see, this is real. See, a lot of people are simply trying to save for a vacation. Never had one. Or they are saving for their first home, their first car, dream home, dream car. Maybe you're saving to send your kids off to a great college, to change the trajectory of their family and future as well. And so those are some of the things that this is a part of protecting your financial future. How do you do it? How do you do it right? And how do we make this very comprehensive? See, over the last 5 years, one of the things that we did in an organization, we awarded over $1 million to high school seniors and college freshmen through the Youth Financial Literacy Scholarship. In 2021, we'll be awarding over $600,000. So for those of you who joined me today and is watching this right now, you don't have to be a part of my institution, my organization. You don't have to be a clientele of mine, or you don't have to be any of that in order to take advantage of this. My information was on the first slide and it will be on the last slide. So if you have high school seniors, college freshmen that you know and they could benefit, definitely reach out to me so I can provide that information to get them going. The application is now open and it will be closed going into the end of the year. So again, this is just amazing. So take advantage and take control of your financial future today, not next year, not next week, today. You see, I've spoken to a lot of very successful people, and no one has ever said to me, procrastination is a formula for success. It's not. See, you have to be more excited about your own life, your own vision, your own finances more than anyone else, so you can position yourself to win. That's how you win. That's how you get to the next level. Chaos creates opportunities. We understand that the pandemic and everything that happened in 2020, it threw us a curveball. And a lot of people just don't know what to do and where to go. But when chaos creates opportunities, you have two choices. One, you can be a part of the problem, or number two, you can become a solution for others. The decision is yours. You make that choice and understand that your credit is much more than just 3 numbers. It goes beyond that. When you think about credit, you think about leverage, you think about access, you think about power. It will change your life. It will position you to build a legacy, not just for you, but create transgenerational wealth for you, for your family, and generations to come. So, with that being said, the objective, the goal is to live, to inform, inspire, and improve. The vision is 1 million lives, 1 million families' lives being changed when it comes to the power of credit, financial literacy, and financial education. I want to thank you so much for joining me today just to hear what I had to share my story with you, share this information with you. I look forward to talking to a lot of you. My information is here. You can follow me on Instagram. You have my cell number here, my email address. Again, go be great. God bless you.
Hello there, how you doing? Grace and peace be unto you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. In Mount One?
Why don't we all go back, come back to this room? Have him come back to this room. Can you see me in this room? Mark.
I do not see you in the screen.
Do you see me in the other room?
I do see you in the other.
Okay, bring him back to this room and let me just finish out over here because we're 7 minutes of silence.
Okay.
Bring me up and let me talk till he gets back over here.
Okay.
And of course, as we continue with the night, these technical difficulties. Man, this is the first time that we've ever tried it. We knew that if we did 7 days, 24 hours, that there would be
I assume I'm in the right room now.
Definitely, if you'll go ahead and give your presentation, I'm sure that everybody is looking forward to hearing what your presentation is all about. So I know that you're in the right room and everybody's looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kelly. Dr. Dennis Coffin with Living in Favor Global Network here in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm glad to be here. I'm going to present a presentation to you for a while on the the ever-shifting church. Talk about the Black church, where we are in light of this pandemic, where we are in terms of the global structure, and what we're doing in terms of how we are relating today. For a theme scripture, I want to use Ephesians 4, beginning at verse 14 through verse 16, and talk about the church ever shifting. Talk about the nature of the church, what we're doing, how we're going to make it through this pandemic, how we're going to make it in terms to the end. But Paul gives something interesting. He gives a roll call of various ministries that are connected to the body of Christ and surround Jesus Christ. And he said these are all given so that the body of Christ might be effective until we all come into unity of the faith. So he gives in verse 14 that we be no longer infants tossed back and forth by the waves and blown here and there by every wind of teaching and by the cunning and craftiness of men and their deceitful scheming. He's really talking about people who may not, in effect, today we would call this fake news, giving things that are not accurate and not within the state of it is. Instead, speaking the truth in love, we will in all things grow up in him who is the head, that is Christ. From him, the whole body joined and held together by every supporting ligament grows and builds itself in love as each part does the work. A cohesive connectability of the church in verse 16, that there is a idea that the whole church must come together. But when we talk about the church, we really talk about it being the body of Jesus Christ. Christ is the mystical head of the church. Sometimes the church is referred to as the body of Christ, the bride of Christ, many other connecting things, but it's always referred to as an organism rather than an organization. But this is the problem in the church. The church is defined by, number one, doctrine. The church is defined by culture. The church is defined by its worship. So we have these three factors that differentiate between where the church is. Even so much that we talk a lot about the Black church because we have a Black experience. That is our identity because of who we are. So there are other cultural identities within the church. Often when I talk about this, point out Revelations chapter 7, because when John looks to see a number that no man can count, he sees the number, this whole body fitting together in verse 16, coming out of every nation, kindred, and tongue on the face of the earth. So there's going to be a multicultural idea of the church being liberated as all these cultures come together. So no one particular culture really defines the church. The church is a multicultural idea. The only problem with raising issues, though, is that it is not inclusive of every ministry or of every situation. For every accusation against abuse in the church, there are thousands of success stories of integrity, productivity, and faithfulness. But we must point out the abuses because whenever there's right, there's also error. This brings me to a discussion regarding church growth and development. The Church of Jesus Christ has been defined, again, as an organism and not necessarily an organization. We are pieces, as Paul suggests in the text I just read, that must fit, built into the body of Christ. I sometimes use the example of being in an arena and having one stage, but an audience sort of semicircling around the stage. And depending on where you're at in the audience, depends on what you see on the stage, whether your angle is to the right or your angle is to the left, or your angle is dead center. It will define where you are, what you see, and how you develop what you're doing within the church because of the things that are involved and those things that are looked at. So we see the church defining itself in terms of angles. This culture is over here. This culture is here. This culture is over there. So we see an angling of what people envision lies what the church is. So it becomes this idea. So the potential to gain is still greater than the potential to lose. We gain. Sometimes we only define church by what we gain, how many members we have, how much finances we gather, how large a building we create. Churches that love their model more than their mission will die, though. If they're built on just the model of what church is and not defined by what it goes out and do, it will soon die. So the gathered church is here to stay. The gathered church is here to stay. If we look at some of the comments that talks about what's going on in this pandemic and what's happening, they read like this: consumer Christianity will die and a more selfless discipleship will emerge. And we've been in a very marketing consumer industry for a while, especially with our church in the West, especially with us arguing over who's right, who's really the real church, and who's not the church. We have this argument. Sundays will become more about what we give than what we get. I think we're seeing this through the pandemic now. Attendance will no longer drive engagement, but engagement will drive attendance. In other words, we're not trying to draw people in, we're trying to send people out. Simplified ministries will complement people's lives, not compete with people's lives. We tell this pandemic hit, it has really taught us something. I think the church had become more competitive than it was effective, and we've got to get away from the competition in ministry. Online church will supplement the journey, but not become the journey. I know we've had to get here with online churches right now, but it will supplement the journey, not necessarily become the journey. The church will not be replaced, but it's in transition. That's why I call this the ever-shifting church. In translation of scripture, one of the things that's pointed out is that we need a fresh translation every 50 years because language change, our vocabulary changed, everything comes in, and we have to keep up with what something means now, not what it means then. So we have to find words that affect the culture and affect the application of where we are now. So then we need fresh translations of scripture that keeps up with the language flow and the things that are involved. It is this idea of language and flowing in the scripture from one language to the other that keeps us talking about the doctrine. We talk on and on about what the doctrine is going to be, how it's going to relate to us. And I think online church become more of the front door than the back door. What does that mean? That, we're going to see us relating out more than relating in more. Gatherings will be smaller and larger at the same time. According to the scripture, the church has always been representative of the people and not buildings that house the people. In the East, especially as the church started off, the church was defined as the gathering of the people who were there. They didn't have houses of worship in the beginning, so church was really defined as those gathered together, having baptism, having communion, prayer services, and fellowshipping with one another. In the West, we talk about going to church because we have houses of worship. And somehow or another, with the etymology of the original terminology of the church, we have forgot that we are the church and that we don't necessarily go to church, but we become the church. And so even though we may not be in our physical buildings, God is in our heart. And that's an important thing. So then a healthy church then is a church that is accomplishing the Great Commission of Jesus Christ to take the gospel into the entire world. I don't think no other time in history we could talk about going to the entire world like we can in this global internet community. I'm ministering to people all over the world and don't even have to leave my living room because of the internet and the various programs we have. We're connecting with people all over. So we're getting the gospel into all the world. A healthy church sponsors growth through involvement. A healthy church must address the culture and the ethnic differences, not by making them like us, but molding them into the image of Christ. I think we spend a lot of times trying to get people to be like us, but God made his own image. In the beginning, he took Adam in the garden in Genesis 1:26, and he made Adam into his image and into his likeness. So basically, it was God who did the first selfie. He made a reflection of himself. When that image was marred, and we can do all kinds of crazy things with images today. We can dress them up, we can modify them, we can do all things, but God's image got modified through sin. So since the image got marred, there's a story in the book of Jeremiah how he puts the whole pot onto the wheel and starts molding it and shaping it, and then there's a mar in it. So he starts to reshape it again. So God in the New Testament started reshaping his image into the image of Jesus Christ. He started to make another selfie of himself. Colossians 1:15 said Jesus Christ became the image of the invisible God. But Hebrews 1:3 said he became the radiance of God's glory. Jesus Christ became the image of what God was going to be. And so he put that in us. And I said, well, then is Jesus black? Is he Chinese? Is he Caucasian? Is he Oriental? Who is Jesus? Well, John says something very interesting in the book of 1 John. He says, it does not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be just like him, for we shall see him as he is. Again, that arena and the position of your seat in that arena determines what angle you see God through, where you see God at, how you see God moving, how you see God developing. We're trying to mold ourselves into that perfect church because we want to see the selfie that God took of himself. Because if we see the selfie he took of himself, then we'll see the selfie that we're going to become. It was so apparent and so out of touch that in John 14, when Jesus said, I'm going away, but I'm going to leave you another comforter. And he says, my Father's been with you. And one of the disciples said to him, Lord, show us the Father, and it suffices us. And Jesus told him, I'm the selfie. Have I not been so long with you, and you still don't know me? Because there's this invisible impression of God that has now been personified in this visible impression of God. John 1:14, the Word was made flesh, and he dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So as God speaks to us through our ethnicity, as he speaks to us through our understanding, as we line up all these pieces of the puzzle that I talked about in Ephesians 4:16, that they're all pieces. We're all pieces. All over the world, God has made cultural pieces of us in the body of Christ. And those pieces must fit together in some sort of way. We are pulsing toward fitting together. And if we fit together, we're going to find ourselves in an area where we're fitting right into the place where God has us. And however, doctrinal differences and not doctrinal clarity have been defining our diversity within the church. And so we all go argue over who was the first that started it, who was the first that did it, whether this culture was this culture was that. And we find ourselves arguing over petty things that really don't make any sense. And God's progressing us through a better understanding. Even as Black people, we're culturally diverse. We're culturally moving toward where Jesus is, but we're sitting in that arena. And there's a culture over here, and there's a culture over here, and there's a culture over here. And each culture is saying, this is my Jesus. And you know what? You're absolutely right. From your angle, he's your Jesus. From this angle, he's their Jesus. But you know, when we all come together, he becomes our Jesus. What an amazing thing. Granted, we have counseled a lot of traditional thinking and revised scriptural contents with fresh translations. But have we really fulfilled the mandate of Jesus, facing all the same issues we face today? When we come to religious elite and fussing over what Moses really meant in the law, standards of holiness are redefined, and people mentally, socially, and economically are still in bondage. At the end of the day, where are we? Where is the church shifting? Is it shifting toward a kingdom message, or is it shifting toward my message? Granted, we've counseled a lot of these things. Granted, we've tried to add others, but are we really? Sound familiar? Jesus' solution in his day, when he heard all of these various opinions, he didn't really go after people who were lost. He was going after religious leaders his days. So he told people around him, with everybody claiming that they got the truth and all these pieces going here and there, come unto me, all ye who labor and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Let's rest from the religious jargon. Let's rest from the confusion about culture. And let's just worship an invisible true God who is above all, through all, and in us all. The church is shifting. It's shifting in its influence on culture. It's shifting because it's missed its impact by blending instead of mending the world. We were born in the world like Jesus Christ. He came in to redeem the world. He came to save the world. And he raised us up as a people so that we could be a benefit for the world, not blend into the world. There was a story I read a long time ago about a little boy on the boat with his father, and he was in a small boat, and the boat sprang a leak, and all of the water started gushing into the boat through this little hole, and the father was taking a bucket and trying to get the water out of the boat. And the little boy didn't understand because he knew the boat was in the water. So he asked his dad, why are you trying to get the water out of the boat? He said, son, the boat belongs in the water, but the water doesn't belong in the boat. Maybe that's what we're faced with in our struggle in Christianity. We got too much of the water in the boat and not enough of the boat in the water. It can become very clear. So as we shift, we got to return to prayer. Right? Without a praying church, I don't know where we can be. I think that prayer becomes the issue. Here we go. God talks to us through his word. We have his scripture. He talks to us through his word. We speak to him through our prayers. So as we pray to him for our requests, the Bible said, let your requests be made known unto him. So we talk to God through our prayers. He talks to us through his text. So there are plenty that God talks to us in scripture, whether we talk about natural revelation or we talk about special revelation, which the church has through Jesus Christ. We have special revelation. Yet God has given us special revelation, a way that we can come to him and we can minister to him because he has taken away the pain and the things that are going on. We can talk to him. But the church is shifting. It's shifting what? To seek direction through prayer. That's how we talk to God. Through the power of the Holy Spirit to get back on course and become stable with the world economy and enthrone Jesus back as Lord and Savior in our life. I want to share with you 7 shifts that churches need to make during this coronavirus. I read an interesting book not long ago by a man by the name of Tony Morgan. He wrote a book called The Unstuck Church. Unstuck Church. Now, what do we do? One of the questions that's asked constantly, when do you think we'll be able to open our churches for normal services? I think we got to get unstuck from the thing that anything is really normal. Maybe we might not go back to what's normal. Maybe we'll just move on to what's different. And different is not bad, is that people don't deal much with change. They don't accept change. They don't want change to be a part of their nature or where they at, but change is important. Change is important for where we are, for what we're going to do, and how we're going to get there. I don't know the answer to that question, when we're going to reopen our churches for normal services. But I'm confident it's probably longer than any of us probably think. I think that what we have to do is prepare for the long haul. One of the things about this pandemic is that it's just not centralized in a geographical location. It's just not in North Carolina, just not in California. It's not even just in Mexico. It is in the whole world. This is a global pandemic. The world is larger than any time it's been in the history of the world. We've got global news. We don't just find the body of Christ here in America, as much as all of us may think that our own individual church, that God is just talking to us. God is talking to a multiplicity of his people. It's just like Elijah when he ran to the mountain after he talked and took down the prophets of Jezebel. And he ran because he thought, and when God confronted him, his defense was, he's the only one left. They killed all the prophets. And the Lord had to remind him, you are not the only one left. I got 7,000 that haven't even bowed down. And so as we get to the place that we don't think God is exclusive with us, but he's always inclusive. If we're not going to be available to go, if it seems like it's scarce in our area, God has got it plenteous in another area. So it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter who we are. It doesn't matter if we're not fulfilling everything we think needs to be fulfilled. God is still on the throne. And I often say that prayer changes things. So we prepare for the long haul. Even now, we've got to list it up. I think churches probably need to be preparing a full year before large social gatherings are happening. It brings me to another idea, another question I hear often. How must the church change to a new normal? Well, we're going to see this a lot, but in Tony Morgan's book, The Unstuck Church, he gives 7 trends that must change or things that must happen. So when he talks about the new normal, he discussed it from shifts that the church needs to make to come into the new normal. Today, we like to think of the church as analog. In other words, we got to physically be in a building. We got to physically touch somebody. We got to physically be in a location. The future of the church is digital. In other words, we use terms like in the cloud, in the internet. The future of the church is that it's becoming more spiritual today through the airways than it has become physical through geographical locations. Today there's a lot of teaching. Every time you turn around, there's a mega voice of people who are prophesying, who are talking, preachers, teachers. Everyone has a word from the Lord. But are we really equipping those whom we're teaching? When I was in school, one of my professors taught me that nothing is taught till something is learned. So we got a lot of teaching. We're inundated, especially in this country, with a lot of voices, a lot of information is going on. But it is entered into transformation. Has information become transformation? That's really the key. And so today, we want to hurry up and gather. But are we connecting? That's a big difference between connecting and gathering. We're gathering. We gather every Sunday, 50s, hundreds, thousands in this place and in that place, but were we making a connection? Were there souls being saved? Were people being transformed? Was the power of God being released? Was there a connection through the gathering? I think that's what we get to the point is we have to think about. Yeah, we weren't hurting gather. What was the end result? What was the benefit of it? Our egos were impressed because we gathered and we'd count the numbers that was there, the offerings that was raised, our ability to have the capacity to handle 3, 4, 5 services or just one service with thousands. We gathered. Now we're not gathering, but we can still connect. Maybe, just maybe, I think of a novel idea. How about going to the people instead of the people coming to us? Oh, we've been thinking global for a while, taking the message all over the world. Oh, yes, I'm guilty of that too. I've done a lot of global ministry for the last 20 years, taking ministry in the various foreign countries, Africa, Pakistan, India, to name a few, all over the world. But just maybe it might be reconnecting us now to get more local than global. I talked to a food distribution ministry who are taking tractor trailers around to various ministries so that people can get food distributed in their community. And I mean, literally tractor trailers. They drive them all over the country. And they looking for churches to put these trailers up so they can distribute food away free to people in their community. Well, there are many churches that weren't even doing programs like this. And so I asked the guy who was doing this particular ministry, I said, wow, this is amazing that you're able to do this and fill these tractor trailers with food and distribute this food all over the place. I know the church is glad in this pandemic. He said, Bishop, we were doing this long before the pandemic, but we couldn't get churches to partner with us to give the food out in their community. They were so busy reaching out globally that they weren't doing anything locally. Now, with the shutdown, we have a chance to do local ministry. So there are tons of churches. And I'm not indicting the churches that were doing local ministry all the time, but realistically, there are many that are doing local ministry now who only were doing things globally. Oh yeah, they were sending missionaries to Africa, but didn't help the homeless in their community. They were spreading the gospel literally all over the world, but there were people hungry right down the street, but they're not part of us. So we can't. We've gotten so big that naturally we were overspending. And it was amazing in Luke 5 when Jesus allowed disciples to get a haul of fish after they had been working all night long. And Jesus said to them, cast your net on the right side. And they got such a haul of fish, their boat would have sunk if they didn't call another boat and share the overflow. How often do we share the overflow? No, we want to duplicate it by 3 or 4 services, by building larger and greater buildings, but we want to share. I think this pandemic has brought us to the place that our generosity is showing rather than our overspending. We've had to hold back and save now because we're waiting. We don't know how bad this pandemic is getting. I watch churches now who hold on to their resources, not trying to spin up all their resources. We might even be looking at getting rid of some staff because we don't really need them during this pandemic. And so our generosity is showing because we're doing giveaways rather than takeaways. Well, Morgan also said that we've become so complex in the gospel. Everything has become so corporate, and the complexity of our leadership, the complexity of the message has gotten so philosophical, so out of place that now back to getting into this digital age with this pandemic. We're getting back to the simplicity of the word because we're not edged on by noise and crowds. We've got to sit in front of the camera and actually talk by ourselves without an amen, without a go on, brother. Go ahead and preach. Edge you on. You know how preachers are. I'm going to stop in a minute. No, don't stop, babe. Don't stop. I wasn't planning to stop anyway. So we come to this thing, and then we're so accustomed to attendees that now we're counting the viewers we get on the Facebook, the viewers we get on all the other social media platforms we get. But are we really engaging? And that's the thing. So we're moving from attendance to engagement. The hardest part is the shift. The hardest part is the shift from where we are to where God wants us to go. What an amazing time. What an amazing message. What is God doing? Whatever he's doing it with or without you. And we can just prepare ourselves for what's the next. Where we are as a Black church. Well, we're trying to minister to our Black Christians. But we also don't want to ignore that there are other cultures who are also part of the church. But we must minister within our own culture. Worship within our own style. Let's stop trying to be like everybody else. You know, I was raised a Black man. I'm going to die a Black man. So I'm going to worship a Black man. I'm going to present my hermeneutics from the Black church because that's where my experience is. Someone else might present their hermeneutics from their cultural viewpoint. That's where this experience is. Is there room for cross-cultural development? Yes, it is. There's room for us to understand where everybody is in this culture. Part of the reason that the early church had problems in the beginning because Christianity was buried in a culture from the Old Testament, a Jewish culture. And being birthed in that culture, originally, only that culture wanted to be the message of the church. And so in the book of Acts, we see that culture wanted to make everybody else who would come in to be like their culture. Church family voted in the first council in Acts 15, read it for yourself, that when the Gentiles start coming in, anybody who was not circumcised as a Jew, they finally realized they could come into the church and they could be part of the fellowship. But they had to just do certain restrictions, restrain from meat offered to false idols, and then to live a clean life. Amazing. I think if we just move around and just get to the point that we're not the policeman for the anointing. God's going to do some things with us and through us, and we don't have to police it. It's not up to you or I to say who's going to make it into the kingdom. It's God's choice. I think we're going to look around and be surprised who's in the kingdom and probably be shocked at who's not. Where it's not locked up into one culture. One thing about Christianity and the problem we have because we're culturally driven, our ethnicity has got us so messed up that we think everything has got to relate to our culture. I mean, we do it with food. All of us like other various foods that are in other cultures. You know, I'm sure I like Chinese food. I like Italian food. You know, we like other culture food, but we want to accept that other cultures have a pipeline to God too. Amazing. We can accept the food of other cultures, but can we accept the worship of other cultures? Everybody don't have to worship like me, but you do have to worship the one true God. Everybody doesn't have to be like me, but you do have to live a holy life. So as we get to this point of presenting this and this topic, we see where God is going. We see where this whole thing is coming together, and we see what the blessings of God is taking us to. We're in the show. We're blessing. We're coming to the point of understanding where we are as we sum up this lesson for tonight, we get back to the original thought of where we were. What was the thought? The thought was very interesting. What was it? That first of all, God has made his own selfie. Let's get back to that. He's made his own selfie. We were made in the image and the likeness of God. When that selfie got a little marred, according to Romans 5, Paul said that there was a second Adam. The first man, Adam, made us sinners. The second man, Adam, brought us back to that true image, Jesus Christ. What does that second Adam look like? We'll know when we see him. Again, as John said, for we shall see him just as he is. Think of that arena again, that stage. There's only one stage, but there's many sections that we all sit in. Your sections determines your viewpoint. I think I'm so surprised and kind of sad because some of us need to change our seats. Maybe our seat has got us looking at the wrong thing. Sometimes you have to turn in your ticket, change your seat. The church is ever shifting. God is shifting your seats because he's trying to make sure that the puzzles fit together. Ephesians 4:16 again. Because when this is all fitting together and this is all coming together, we're going to be the body of Christ. A multiplicity of races, of cultures, of people who believe what we believe in a monotheistic image of the one true God who loves us. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one God, the Shema Israel. And you shall love him with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. You receive him as yourself. Comments are coming in. No, we don't. It's hard to address every issue. It's hard to be on the same page with everybody. The point is, you stay where you are. And maybe because you see things over here, maybe you need to change your seat. The ever-shifting church. God is shifting you because he needs you to see things from different angles. But we get to the centrality of this throne. I love the throne as presented in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, because Jesus is the center of the throne. God is in the center. That's where the beam is. That's where the throne of God is, right in the center. And around the throne, in Revelation 4, around the throne are 4 angels. Around them are 24 elders. Around them are millions of angels that are around. Everything is around the center. The center is the throne of God. God is in the center. If we place him back in the center, everything else we do will revolve around. Instead of staging God in the stages, this comes first, this comes second, that comes third. No, put him in the center. And everything you do revolves around the center. My profession, my family, my worship, my success, all revolves around the center of my life. Now, he's the center of it all. If he's in the center and I'm revolving around, then I don't have to compete with steps and progress to go up from one step to the other. Should I do this first, that first? Is the family first? Is the church first? Is my job first? That's because you're thinking of levels. But if you put him in the center, he will be in the center. And I think it's very important that we see him in the center. And everything we do revolves around the center. One small circle becomes larger circle. That circle becomes another larger circle. That circle becomes another larger circle. And what we become, an ever shifting church. Now, the Savior doesn't change. Hebrews 13:8, Jesus Christ the same yesterday, today, and forever. but we change. It's important that we understand that we change. We change, but he doesn't change. We change because God's constantly changing our seats. When we look at what's in the center, the stage never changes, but the position that you sit and view on the stage always changes. When we go to an event, you want to get down and get the best seats in the center. But sometimes you're in the bleachers and up in the balcony somewhere. So your viewpoint of what's going on the stage is different from somebody's viewpoint who's way down in the center. Think about it. Where are you in the plan of God? Are you in the bleachers or are you in the center? Are you off to the right and only see it from a right angle? Or are you off to the left and only review things from a left angle? Or are you right in the center? Hebrews 12:3 says, looking unto Jesus, who is the author and the finisher of our faith. The author, the beginning and the finisher. Philippians 1:6, he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion. Whatever God starts, he plans to complete. We might lose resources, but we haven't lost favor. Ephesians 1:3 says we've been blessed in the heavenlies with every spiritual blessing. Don't ever think you've been shortchanged. We might not have all that we want right now, but trust me, we're going to have all that we need. And even through this pandemic, let's not panic. The church is shifting. The body is shifting, but the head is stationary. But he's trying to revolve this body around. Now, if you're in the country, you ever see a chicken get his head ring? I used to go to the country in South Carolina when I was small. My grandma and them used to chop off the heads of the chickens out there, and you see the chicken running around without his head. And it would run around for a while, trying to not even realizing that his head was gone. I think sometimes that's where the church is. We've been running here and there, doing this project and that project, but let's re-enthrone our head because we can't function without the head. So we've got to function to make Jesus Christ as Lord. Because a headless chicken eventually dies. But as we get to this point, we thank God and we praise him. And we know that he's the center of it all. This has been an inspirational message, so let me close it with prayer. Prayer is our way to talk to God, remember? His word is his way to talk to us. I've been quoting scripture throughout this whole presentation. So God is speaking to us through his word. Now let's speak to him through our prayers. Father, we thank you and we praise you. For in you we live, we move, we have our being. And we thank you today, Lord, that you've been with us through our greatest struggles. And I thank you for who you are. And I thank you for what you've done in our lives. I praise you, Lord, that the eyes of our understanding may be enlightened, that we might benefit, grow, and become the people that you want us to be. In Jesus' name, amen. I hope you've been blessed, and thank you for your participation.
At 7.
At 7 p.m. for.
We're doing just a hey, how you doing? Don't want you to come looking like boo boo.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see you at 7. I'll send you the link.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye bye.
And you are up.
Hey, 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 hey. I thought I put this red jacket on. I thought I put the red jacket on. We're just about done, baby. Thought I'd stick that red jacket on y'all, man. You know it's going to be a good time in the beautiful city. I'm going to bring her up. Our next person up. We got a little something special for you in the end. Get a chance to talk to some of the people that was on, some of the people that talked about the show. It's been 7 days right before the mastermind piece. And then we'll see how it goes. If mastermind comes, we'll do with the mastermind. If it doesn't come, we'll keep it rocking and rolling. Let's move on to the next person. Thank you so very much. And of course, it's LaShawn Harley. Hey, LaShawn, how you doing?
Good evening, young man. How are you doing?
Unmute yourself. Hold on a minute.
Oh.
Unmute yourself.
I'm muted.
Hello?
Hello?
We can't hear you, LaShawn.
Can you? Okay.
That was my fault. It was on my end. I had turned down my volume. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you.
See how you treat me? See the treat me?
LaShawn, I want you to stay on after you do your presentation because we're doing something special after your presentation, okay? All right?
All right, will do.
Okay, let her take it away.
Right. So good evening, everyone. Coming down to the final stretch of the Olympics, and wanted to do a little something different this time. And we've heard so much about businesses, and today was about the church and how businesses can relate to the church and how the church can relate to business. So what I want to do as a way of ending up the session for today is talk about what I've created called the Habakkuk beginning with the Nehemiah approach. It's a biblical roadmap to success. It's not the only biblical roadmap, but it's a biblical roadmap to success. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. And my name is LaShawn Harley. I'm the lead igniter and trainer at LAH Companies, where I help to ignite people to their purpose, vision, and actually implement them, as well as doing training such as today. I am an ordained minister also. So I will be coming from several different angles with this. But I like using the Habakkuk beginning because we know about the Habakkuk vision. But I also love the Nehemiah approach. When I read Nehemiah, immediately I was business focused with it. I saw all the aspects of it that related to the business world. And several years ago, I created this as a presentation for a retreat that went well over, and I've been having it, and now I'm presenting it to you all again. So when we look at who you are and the things about you, the thing we want to look at are what you are comprised of. Each and every one of us were created for the purpose. Our name was put there that this is where we are to come in and the things that we can do to help the kingdom. So we all have a purpose that fits in the great body, as it talks about in the New Testament, that we all are parts of the body. So therefore, your purpose helps the whole body of the church, the whole body of the Christian world. So you are brought here to do that purpose that no one could do what you can do, the way that you can do for the people you were called here to do it for. So that's your purpose. And out of that purpose, we have the vision that comes forth. The vision of what you are to do and how you're to do it. Now, some people feel that they only have one vision, but that's not true. Many times God gives us multiple visions because he knows we can't handle the overall vision. If he gave it to us, it will overwhelm many. So what he does is he gives us to us in piecemeal style, but they all go towards the purpose of who you are. Once he gives you that vision of what he wants you to do and how he wants you to do it, he gives you the resources. We like to say God gives the provisions to the vision. So he gives you the resources for those visions. The resources are the people you connect with, the funds that you need, the capital, the things you may own, the ability to get training and education. All of those go into the resources you need that will help you to fulfill the vision. And then he gives us talents. And our talents are there to help us as we impact that purpose and the vision we have. Now, just because we're good and even great at something does not mean that's the good and great thing that we're going to actually do within our vision. Sometimes that good and great thing is actually a compliment to what it is that we are going to do, because we're actually good and great in some other areas. We all have multiple, we're multifaceted. So there are multiple things that we can do and multiple beings that we are. So we have those talents, and we are to cultivate those talents. We are to nurture them. We are to help them grow into the way that they're supposed to be. We should be thinking of our talents like you would a baby. Once you discover what your talent is, then you want to develop that talent, help it to grow. And just like a human, that means it's constantly learning. It's something that's constantly going through a process. Now, it doesn't mean you have to go through formalized training, but it is ways that you actually go and you continue to learn about it. So even though this is your talent, it doesn't mean that you know everything about it. You will start to get piecemealing more and more of how you're using it, because as you get to each level, you get more about that talent, cultivate that talent. And sometimes that talent shifts, because what you thought the talent was actually a part of the essence of your talent. Just because we're good at certain things doesn't mean that that is the talent we have. For example, I love math. Math is something I love to do. Math is just a part of the essence of who I am, what I am, which is part of the lead, ignite, and the trainer. I like problem solving. So it's problem solving that's my talent. But doing well in math actually showed me and highlighted that part. And for a time being, I was great in that talent by helping and training others when I was tutoring some young people back in the day. So again, when we look at that talent, we look at the talent itself as well as what is the essence of what it is that our true talent is as it goes towards our purpose. Now, we have to be a good steward in all of these things I've mentioned. You have to be a good steward in the purpose that was given to you. You have to nurture it. You have to hold it close to you because it's yours. It had your name on it. It was, and what I mean by had, because it was put there before you were even born. What it says in Jeremiah, God knew you before he put you in your mother's womb. So the thing about it is that you have to be a good steward for the purpose you were sent for, which means you are not to allow anyone to take you away from what God has called you to do and called you to be. We also are to stay a good steward to our vision. No one is going to understand and see your vision in its totality but you. That's why it's the vision that's given to you. Others may see aspects of it, others may see parts of it, but the totality of what it is, it's given to you. And the reason it's given to you because it's yours. It's yours to cultivate it and to raise it the way it needs to be and to add your flavor to it, not somebody else telling you about it. So then they really are adding their flavor to it. I'm not saying that what they add would be wrong or a bad thing, but it's not your flavor. That's why you were called to it. We also are to be a good steward of the resources that are provided to us. When we connect to people and we make connections, we should be a good steward on that connection we have with people. When we're networking with people, we need to be a good steward on that networking. When we know that other people are able to do work and provide services, we should be a good steward in informing people of the fact that we know someone who can solve the problem for them. We should be a good steward with the resources of the finances. We should be a good steward with other things that are brought to us. Maybe it's a car, maybe it's a home, maybe it's their drawings, maybe they're gifts that people give you that help you to do the business. We are to be a good steward of all those resources. A lot of time people just think of it with the finances. No, anything that's given to us to help to build up the community and help to build up the church and do the work of God, we should be a good steward of it. And the last one we need to be a good steward of is our talent. Many times we don't utilize the resources that are available to help us grow that talent, to make it even better, to highlight the talent. And the thing about it is not saying that you're doing something bad with the talent. We all can learn. We all can get more information. We all can figure out how to be more effective, more efficient, more proficient in things. Even from a child, we can learn those different things. And if you look at most successful people, they will tell you that they are lifelong learners. They're always constantly learning. So we need to be a good steward such that we know that where we are putting the resources, our purpose, our vision, and our talents are where they are supposed to be to provide the necessary value that God has aimed for us to bring to that time and that season. When we do that, we start to prosper. Prosperity is not about money. Prosperity is about the whole total being of who we are. So money is a part of it, but money is not the only part of it. And it's not the goods that we have, the things that we can buy and have access to. Prosperity is all about your whole being. And you've heard that from different people. It's about prospering in your mind, having a good mindset, having a stable mindset. It's prospering in your health. It's taking care of yourself. We do know sicknesses come upon all of us, but are we doing what we're supposed to be doing to make sure we stay as healthy as we can be? Because after we've done all we can, that's when God steps in to do the healing for what we need for the time. But we prosper in the fact that we do our part. And then when God has given you that purpose and vision, are you prospering in it? Are you doing the most you can do and excelling to the best of your ability in it? Then we prosper. And last but not least is how are we adding values to others? What are we doing that we are raising others up, showing others what God is about? Remember, Christianity is not about a title. It's about a lifestyle. And when that means about a lifestyle means I should not have to hear you call yourself a Christian for me to see that you are a Christian. I may not even know what Christianity is about, but I know you're different. I know you look at what you have can add value to me and lift me up. So it's about adding value. It's about showing. And that value adding could be that you help to lift me up. That value adding could be that I'm doing something that's not right. So you help to see me the errors of my ways. What are you doing to add value for others? Not for acclamation, not for to say, oh, I got that. That's a tick for me in the book of life. What are you doing? Because it all goes to your purpose. So this is the roadmap perspective I'm using when I'm going to be talking about the biblical roadmap to success. So let's start with Habakkuk. That's the beginning of your roadmap to success. And Habakkuk 2 and 3, and I'm going to give you 3 different versions for specific reasons, and you're going to see them. So in the New King James Version, it says, write the vision, make it plain on tablets, that he may run who reads it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it will speak and it will not lie. So what do we get from the scripture right now? First of all, and we tell everybody this about their business, you need to write the vision. Yes, it's great to have it in your head. I do it with my clients all the time and tell them to write the vision, and I have some guidelines and parameters they have to go by. But once you understand that when you start writing that vision, other things start coming to mind. Things that are in your subconscious mind, the recesses start coming forward as you write the vision and you start developing and speaking about it more. Make it plain. It should be plain enough that at a minimum, an 8th grader could pick it up and understand what it is all about without you having to explain it. Now, this doesn't mean, as they say with the pitch day, we're not talking about you giving away the secret sauce. We're talking about you explaining what the essence of it is. The what and the how will come later, but the why. What is it all about? Make it plain. And when you make it plain, it's clear to others that they know how they can help you, as well as whether or not you all are going in different directions. So it's not that it's right or wrong. It's about the fact that you all know how to come together and whether or not you're going to walk together as you go forward, or if your togetherness is someone praying for you. They don't necessarily come in to be a part of everything that you're doing. So it needs to be clear to others. It has to also be clear to others if you want people to give you money. How many times do you get something and somebody explains something to you and they ask you for money? Are you going to give them money? Well, it's the same way with the funding sources and financial institution, investors, co-owners. You got to make it clear to others what it's all about. Once that's all done, everybody can run with it. I know my friends and I, when we talk about some different ideas, we go, oh my goodness, what do we need to do? How do we need to get it? Where it's clear, it's written, you know what it's going to be about, you can run with it. Everybody can run with it. They see their part with it. And understand it's for an appointed time. So just because you're told about it today does not mean it's to happen today. It has a time. And remember that appointed time deals with your purpose. And your purpose is not about you, it's about others. So even though you might be ready for the appointed time, those you are going to be and sent to help may not be ready. So they've got to be ready to receive you. Otherwise, it's a premature birth of you coming to them. And what happens with premature birth? That baby is not ready to accept everything it has that can be given to it, because he or she has not had everything to develop. It's the same way for those who you are called for. And it tells everyone about the unknown. When you start talking about your vision, everybody's not going to be able to see it. But that vision is going to speak and not lie. People are going to question whether or not it's going to happen. They don't understand, but that's because they don't know the unknown that you know as the known, because it's part of your vision. So it's unknown to others, but it's known to you and God, for God has given it to you because that is a part of who you are and what you are about. Let's look at this in the New Living Translation. It said the vision is for a future time. It describes the end, and it will be fulfilled. If it seems slow in coming, wait patiently, for it will surely take place. It will not be delayed. When we talk to people about business, how this relates, the vision is about the future. Think of the vision as a marathon run. It's not a sprint. It's not even a 4x4 relay. It is a marathon, which means that you've got to pace yourself as you're going. You've got to not use up all of your energy and resources because you have a while to be in this race. The same thing we tell people who are in business. It's not about shooting quickly to that end vision that you want. It's about getting there using the resources you have without you having to miss opportunities because you used up your resources trying to get so fast, so far, when you were sprinting versus doing a marathon. It describes the end. When things are being described at the end, we don't always understand it. We don't understand what that end is about. And a lot of times the end is early. And it's early because other things have to come into play that work with it. Dick Tracy, as I'm aging myself, but Dick Tracy was a cartoon that came out years ago. It was a comic strip. And the government would actually go, they said, to the creator of the Dick Tracy comics, because things the government was working on, he would have it in the strip. And they were like, how does he find out about this? And he was like, it just came to him. He put it in there. So he was actually looking at things in the end. The Jetsons. The Jetsons was visionary in what it was talking about. And a lot of the stuff that they were doing back then, we're doing now. But they had telehealth. Who thought we would have telehealth? They are able to have things to be created by machines. We do with 3D. So much of the stuff that was there in the Jetsons is here now. Star Trek, the Bluetooth, beam me up, Scotty, what's going on? That's all the Bluetooth is. So those persons had visions that they saw the end, but the end did not always just necessarily come there. Those persons some of them are still here, some are gone, but that vision is still here. But they helped to put the things in place for it, and it was somebody else to come to take it to the finish line. Your vision is going to be fulfilled. It comes from God. God does not lie. So God says it, it's done. It's settled. So it's going to be fulfilled. It's going to happen. And you have to believe that. And that's a hard road for many of us, because as we're working the business, as we're doing what we have to do, as we're looking at, oh my goodness, where am I going to get the next funds? I have to pay this. I need that. And then we get tired and we're like, I feel burnt out. I'm stressed. You're like, is this ever going to happen? Am I just on a circle merry-go-round that I need to get off because nothing's going to happen? Understand, it will be fulfilled. You just got to know it's going to be slow in the beginning. The old saying is, you've got to crawl before you walk. You've got to walk before you run. And you've got to add endurance in that to run for a long period of time. So when we're looking at this, it's going to be a slow beginning. In this time in society, we're the microwave generation. So we want things fast. But you have to understand, even us getting things quickly, even though we have the talent, even though it's called for us, it's too premature for us, because we're not ready for everything that's involved with it, as well as we may not know what we think we know as we're going to do it. We need to get a lot more training and understanding, but it's going to come at the right time. When we want it, it could be a good and great time, but it is not the right time. So this is what we get from the New Living Translation version. Now let's look at the Message. And then God answered, write this, write what you see. Write it out in big block letters so that it can be read on the run. This vision message is a witness pointing to what's coming. It aches for the coming. It can hardly wait, and it doesn't lie. If it seems slow in coming, just wait. It's on its way. It will come right on time. First of all, write what you see. Now that gets scary for us sometimes, because some things we see, we go like, Lord, is that really for me? Did you really mean for me to do that? Oh my goodness, what's involved? Write what you see. Even if no one else is doing it, remember, write what you see, because you are helping to bring a new thing. Old things are passing away. If the old things were still working, the old things would be continued in the way and how it was done, and you would continuously see people being saved and walking in the Christian lifestyle, doing their purpose. Albert Einstein has a great quote that I love to say: if you do the same thing the same way and expect different results, that's insanity. The essence of God and what God has for us and what the Bible is about never changes. But the way and method and mechanism of what is done and how it's done, that does change, because it changed to fit the needs of those persons who were there. You write it so you can see it while you're in action. Business owners and entrepreneurs are always on the move. So the thing is that you want to write it so it can be seen. And if anybody is familiar with any of the canvases, the lean canvas, the business model canvas, all those other different types of canvases, they tell you put it up on the wall. Put it up on the wall and look at it. And I've started doing that with my clients. I said, things you think about, take a poster, put it up on the wall. Why? Sit back, because you're able to see. When you get able to sit back and see, even while you're running and going, it helps to direct you on where you need to go and how you need to go. One of the biggest issues we have as business owners is when to say no. All money's not good money. Definitely all customers are not good customers. All products and all services are not the right ones for you. So when we're in action, we can see where we're going, what we need to do, rather than we're having to pause. We keep the momentum going. Although there are times we do want to pause. Understand this: the vision testifies about the future. Testimony means that it is coming to validate and concur with what you're saying. It's saying we're in agreement. It's not just coming from LaShawn. It's not just coming from some of the others. This is what is happening. We are in agreement that this is what's going on. So what happens is it's helping to testify that this is your future. No matter what your today looks like, your future looks like what's being said. That's why we are to always keep our eyes on the prize that Paul says, because if we look at what we have going on around us, we will get so consumed with it that we don't walk into what it is in place for us and the blessings that have been stored up for us. So it's testifying for the future. So it's the cheerleader for you to know, keep going forward. It's building up to the coming. Remember, it's a slow start. So it's a building up of that coming, and that means if something is coming, that means you're going to meet it. That's something we forget. So what you're going and you're building up to it, it's also going to come and meet you. So it's coming. It is coming. You don't have to do everything to get there, but we have to do all that we can to get there. And in that, we've got to be patient. Oh, and that's a hard one of being patient. Being patient to wait. Being patient when you know, oh, I know what needs to be done and I can do right now. You've been told no, it's not yet. You're like, ooh. You got to be patient. Wait. Because again, it's coming at the right time. And what happens is when things come at the right time, they come in a way that's easier. And they come in a way where things move smoother. I didn't say it was going to be easy and smooth. I just said they would be easier and smoother than it would have been otherwise. So when we look at Habakkuk 2:3, notice what we see. It's about writing the vision that's in our future. We want to make it plain to help it describe the end so we can see where we're going while we're in our action. It helps us to clearly to communicate others as to what will be fulfilled as we testify, and it helps to testify about the future. That allows not only us, but everyone who is with us to run with it, although we may start off slowly in the beginning. So therefore, we are building up to what is going to come for that appointed time, for it will happen. We just got to be patient because your vision is talking about that unknown that has to become known because it's coming at the right, because it's coming at the right time, because it comes at the right time. This is why I did all three of the versions, because I want you to understand you have your vision. You have a purpose. You are wonderfully made for that purpose. You are beautifully made for that purpose, and no one else can do it the way you can do it. So even if you see someone doing the idea that you have, they aren't doing your vision. Kaufman Foundation says someone can steal your idea, but they can never steal your vision. Never give up on your vision. Remember, you are to be a good steward of that vision, which means that you are to protect it. You are to help to cultivate it. You are to help to grow it. Your vision is going to come. And I know somebody need to hear that, even myself. It seems so slow, and especially with COVID. You know, it's ironic we talked about COVID was going to be 2020, and everybody was talking about how it was going to make things clear. It has made things clear for the church. It has made things clear for the children of God because it showed us how many things we have allowed culture and society to infiltrate into our lives and into the church that has nothing to do with God or the essence of what he wants his people to do. We see clearly. We see clearly now that if we keep walking forward, we're seeing so many people developing business, getting money. They've been laid off one job, went and started a business and making money now more than they ever made at their other job. Or if not, they're making the same amount, they don't have the stress and everything else. That's the 2020 victory God wanted us to see. He wanted us to see that as we do what we do and we walk into our vision, it does not matter what's going on around us. It's going to happen because God is not contained by COVID. God is not contained by who's the president. God is not contained by who's in Congress. God is not contained by who the terrorists are. God is not contained by any country or any leader. God is everything. in all things. So that vision is not gone. And we use these things to help us develop a business plan and strategic plan. If you take all this that is written here in Habakkuk 2:3 and go look up what they say about writing a business plan and writing a strategic plan, you can actually match. You can play match game, and you can go, oh my goodness, the world didn't know that it was giving God's scriptures and use God's principles to tell people how to prosper. Even though those people will tell you I'm agnostic. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in organized religion, but they don't realize that God is putting those things in place and he has it in place. Now, some people may say, well, they're prospering and they don't believe, but I believe, and I've not seen that same level. God's rules applies to everyone. If anyone walks in the essence of what he says, it will and shall happen. But we remember we are his children. We get exceedingly and abundantly above all we can ask or think. And prosperity is not just money. So use these guidelines, and this is how we are beginning. So we know our end game. We know where we're going. We know our vision. It helps us to define the pathway that we're going to go. Others may have the same vision, but a similar vision, not the exact same, but a similar vision, but we're going to go in different ways. For example, if I'm in Raleigh trying to go to Durham, I can go the fast way by going down 540. Let's say we're going to North Raleigh. So 540, I can then get on 40 to Durham Freeway. That's considered the fastest way. But I also could take 540, go to Glenwood Avenue, turn down any of the streets off of Glenwood Avenue, and it will get me to Durham. I can also take Glenwood Avenue and take it all the way to Durham to go to 85, then get off in Roxborough. I may never hit the interstate. I might go down to Capitol Boulevard Way and then hit all city streets. We all start at the same place. We all end the same place, but there are different ways to go. The right pathway for you is the one that's dictated for you, for your purpose, using your talents for what you are called for and the people who you are called for. So you can't have anybody else to define that for you because you're the only one that sees the totality of your vision. You got to define the mission steps. We always talk about going out to missions. Did you realize that we go to missions towards the vision and then we come back and we get more missions? It's the same thing in the business world. Your vision stays the same until it's achieved, but the mission, the steps you take to get there, that's what changes on a consistent basis. As you obtain that mission, you go to the next mission, and each of the missions are getting you closer and closer to the vision until that mission equals the vision. It helps us to create measurable goals because when you know what your purpose is, when you know the resources you have, when you know what you need to be a good steward for, when you know the others that you are connecting to, it helps you to create those measurable goals. We then start to identify our key strengths and values. Remember, I told you we all have several different strengths, but what are the key strengths that you have and the values that you have, and how those values intertwine in what you're doing and how you're going to do them. This then allows you to evaluate the products you have, which are goods and services. Are you doing the right thing at the right time for the right people with the right purpose that you were rightfully called for? A lot of rights there. But it helps you to evaluate products because just because something is successful, just because you're good at doing it, doesn't mean that was the right thing for you to be doing. Now, that's a hard pill to swallow. Been there, done that. Because that right thing didn't rightly go with the pathway for the purpose that was called for. So it helps you to evaluate what you're doing and how you're doing it. It also helps you to evaluate, are you providing the value that you were called to provide? Are you proposing to people the value that needs to be provided the way that you're going to be providing it? And then we determine who are going to be the people who are the right part of your team, the right team members. These have to be people who are ready to help you run. Now, this doesn't mean they're going to be people who are going to be doing your business with you. Some of them are going to be your supporters. Those people, when you're working late hours, they bring you a meal. Oh, you need the clothes picked up, they do that. If you have kids, they go pick up the kids. They do some things maybe for a family member that you are the caretaker for. Who are the people that are the right people to be on your team so you can have the right team so you can continue to go running? We use Habakkuk 2:3, and I'm going through this because hopefully this decreases the anxiety that you might have when we say, oh, I got to get this done, I got to get this, got to get this done. If you're doing all that you can and you believe that you have heard from the Lord and you're doing what you're supposed to do, bring that anxiety down. Things are going the way they're supposed to go. It may not seem that way to others and to yourself, but God has the ultimate plan of action of what needs to be done and why. It fulfills the purpose. By knowing the vision and writing it down, it helps you to focus what direction you're going to go to. Remember, I said the hardest thing to say is no. So this is going to help you to focus yourself on what direction you need to go to and where, such that you're making forward movements. Many times we go into things that we shouldn't go into. What we find out, we've moved forward, but we end up having to go back because we went in the wrong direction. We took a detour. Or we went up the staircase to the top of the stair of the building we weren't even supposed to be at. So we've got to come all the way back down the steps to go find the right steps. This helps you to go forward movements, getting you closer to where you need to be. It also helps you to limit conflict. It helps you to limit conflict within yourself about what you're supposed to do. Helps you to limit conflict about who are you to connect with. Because if they're not seeing that pathway that you are, or they're not called to it, then we need to separate. It's not that anyone is right or wrong. It's about the fact that that's not what's the way it's supposed to do and the way it's supposed to be. So it limits that conflict. But it will demand accountability. Remember, I told you have to be a steward. So this is going to demand that you do what you're supposed to do, that you be a good steward in those things that you have, and that you focus on getting to those outcomes you're supposed to get to. And that helps you to then create the benchmarks that you need to have in place to let you know that you're moving and where you're supposed to move, even if it doesn't feel that way. For example, I've had several folks that left a job and they're like, okay, this doesn't feel like this is a great thing. But sometimes God has to move you out of where you're feeling comfortable, even if you're excelling there, because that's not where you're supposed to be. Getting to that top is not necessarily where he called you to the top. There, he had a different top he wanted you to go to. Be patient in the growing. It takes time, it takes a while. So have patience while you're growing. Have patience to wait for the right time, because if things come out at the wrong time, we may end up doing damage control versus saying and having a party to celebrate. And again, we need to know when to say no. That's a big thing, especially when we need money and somebody's coming and it's quite a bit of money, but when you go back and you look, it's not going to take you forward. It's actually going to take you backwards or take you sideways. So then the time, effort, and energy to come back in place, when I come back from the funds that you got from there, in fact, you end up spending more money. So let's talk about this Nehemiah approach. I've talked about the vision. So what is this Nehemiah approach? So I'm going to do some scriptures and then specifically, and then others I'm going to refer to the passages, but I'm going to give you the information so when you go back, you can look at it. So Nehemiah said, Hananiah, one of my brothers, came from Judah with some other men. And I questioned them about the Jewish remnant that has survived the exile and also about Jerusalem. This is from the New King James Version. So this is Nehemiah 1:2. So what we get here that you need to be doing about your business is get firsthand information. Don't just rely on anyone to get it. So who are firsthand information for you? We always tell people, go test your idea, find out whether or not customers really have the problem, and if the customers are who you think they are. So that's getting that firsthand information about what is going on. I didn't say about the problems they necessarily have, and I didn't say about the solution you're offering. In fact, solution shouldn't be in your mind. You need to be finding out what's going on, because what you think is the problem might actually be a symptom of the problem, and we need to get to the root of the cause. So that causes us to ask questions to find out about the problems, which is what Nehemiah did with his brother. He asked him questions. His brother had knowledge about the problems that was going on because he was there. So this doesn't mean you just go to anyone and ask them questions to find out about the business you're going to do. We need to find out from those people who are going to be your customers. They're the ones that have the knowledge about what's going on, how the emotional part of it, the mental part of it, the physical part of it, the spiritual side of it, the academic side of it, the financial side of it. They have that knowledge that they can then give you well and good information. And he spoke to a trusted source, his brother. He trusted what his brother was saying to him. So this is where you know that you're not going to get people going to tell you just anything. Just like the polls that went out for with the election. Folks and people have said, I just tell them anything coming out. They don't know who I voted for. I just want them to get out of my face. So those polls aren't necessarily of clarity. And some people are like, I'm just going to tell them anything. First name they say, yep. Did you? Yep, sure did. And it's not necessarily true. So you want to make sure that you speak to a trusted source. Nehemiah 2, 4, and 8. Nehemiah was the cupbearer to the king. So the king saw how forlorn he was. And the king said, what is it you want? And then Nehemiah, and this is what we as Christians should be doing. We should be praying. We should be praying to God to give us what we need to say. And then he answered the king. He then told the king what he wanted. He wanted him to send him to the city in Judah. Why? So that he could rebuild it. That caused the king to ask the next question. Well, how long will this journey take you and when will you get back? He had his answer. So he set a time frame. Then he went further and said, can you give me letters such that I can go forth without having to go through so much trauma, to be safe, that there not be danger? And then also, can you give me a letter that I can then get the wood, the timber that I need from Asaph? So that, and the king granted his request. This is the same thing in the business world. You need to know what you want when that question is asked. You need to be able to say what it is you want in such a way it's clear. Send me to Judah. I want to rebuild it. You have to be able to say how long it's going to take. That's where those financials are coming in, especially if it's payback periods. Then you ask for, here are the other things that I need that will help my business, especially those people who could sponsor you, which means these are people who will speak up for you. These are people who will say, yes, you can do what it is. And then the king granted his request. In essence, Nehemiah was ready with the answers such that when the question was brought to him, he was able to attain what he needed and or desire in order to do the vision that he had for Judah. So you've got to be ready. And that's typically what a business and strategic plan is, but it doesn't mean it has to be in that formalized way. It could be where you have information jotted down. It could be the canvases, the models, but you need to be ever so ready, because Nehemiah didn't know the king was going to ask him that day. He had been around their days. He did not know what day or time he was going to be asked. And you need to be ever so ready. TDJ said, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. And I remember one time he said, but you know what? That's a problem, because if you got to get ready when the opportunity comes, then you've already missed the opportunity. You got to be ready, be ready, be ready, be ready. Go back and look about the 10 versions. That's what that was about. 5 of them kept themselves in ready mode such that when the bridegroom came, they could go. They could take advantage of the blessings and things that he had in store, that they could take advantage of it. The other 5 foolish, they had enough to get there, so they were short-sighted, but not enough to take them on a duration when the opportunity came. Yes, they could go back and get some more oil, but he's gone. And the opportunity that they had to get the blessings at that time that he had are gone. Doesn't mean that you're not going to be blessed later. It just means the blessings associated with that opportunity is gone. So that's where we need to make sure that we are already ready. So even if you don't write down the business and strategic plan, you need to have the parts of it already where you can just spit it off. I mean, I've had people where I know one young lady, someone gave a check and said, write it for any amount. How do you know? I know of a church where the pastor said, the Lord's telling me not to close out this service. And he pointed to a young lady in the audience and said, how much are you in debt? And she knew to the penny how much she was in debt because she did it the day before. Can you do that? See, that was an opportunity to make you debt free, but you didn't even know how much you were in debt. I'm not talking about credit cards. I'm talking about everything, house, cars, all things. Do you even know that you're not ready? We've got to be ready, like Nehemiah was ready, so that those who have the resources that God is going to provide for the vision, you are able to tell them what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and where you're going to do it at. That's so key and important. So what happens next? When we get into the rest of the second chapter, Nehemiah goes and inspects Jerusalem walls. He didn't just go in and go ahead and put his plan into action. He was given a vision. The Lord had spoken to him. No, he went to inspect the walls. Why? Because it helps you to carefully consider the situation that you're going into, how you need to handle it, how do you need to prepare for it. And then he also showed that he never told anybody about the solution while he was going around. He kept it to himself until he finished his investigation to find out what was happening, to find out what needed to be done. Once he did that, he didn't present the solution. He presented what the problem was first. So they can know where he was going, so they can know how the solution connected. So he said, this is the problem that we're having while we are where we are today. And here is the solution that you all can come and help to do. We can do this. See, if people know what you're trying to do, the value you're adding, the problem you're solving, they'll come and work in your office. They'll come and help you out. They'll be your employee. They'll be your contractor. But otherwise, if they don't know, they just coming in to fulfill a job and get the money. That's not necessarily helping you to get where you need to be. Then he also came to find out who was for him and who was against him. They talked about those three who were not with them. In fact, they were like, what is this that they're doing and getting ready to do? So you then come to realize as you start talking, who are the people who are for you? Who are the ones that are coming to say, yes, what can I do to help? Oh, okay, I might can help, but that sounds great, wonderful. And who are the ones that are going to be against you? Watch those ones, because as we see later, they need to be watched. Only bring along those who are for you. This is not about you dragging somebody along unless the Lord tells you that is your mission. This is about you wanting to run. Remember, write the vision so you can run with it. You cannot run when you have something holding you back, dragging you down, putting weight on you. You want to be as free as possible so that you can move. And if you've got to make change, if you're dragging someone along, they're not going to necessarily go with you because they're going to stick their feet in the mud even more possibly. And even if they're walking with you, they're slowing you down. And the people you're supposed to meet that's waiting for you may now be going to a worse situation because you weren't where you were supposed to be at the time you were supposed to be there. So how many did we see that the infomercial? Some of us will say, oh, I thought of that idea. Well, guess what? They did it. They went and ran with it. We sat on it thinking about, oh, that's something that'd be great if it could be done. They ran with it. We would have brought them down. They were like, nope, I'm light as a feather. I can go with it. Leave the naysayers and start doing. Remember, God gave you the vision. Therefore, you've got to be a good steward of that vision. Go do what he's telling you to do, the way he's telling you to do it, and how he's telling you to do it. Don't just start doing it. Remember, after you've done all you can, that's when you can watch to see the power. Because when things are able to be done naturally, God doesn't get the glory from people because like anybody can do that. Is when God steps in for the supernatural. Does not mean that he does not use natural things and he's not in the natural, but when we see the glory of the Lord coming forth and show how he has favor upon us, that's when we are walking in the supernatural that we can't even explain, but that comes to the explanation for those who are there and what needs to be there for all those that are involved. Okay, so where are we going from there? All right. So he inspected the wall. Then he started building the wall. And what they did is they had a strategy. The strategy was for everyone to build the part of the wall that was the closest proximity to them. So he put the resources at points they could handle. They weren't sent all over the place. Oh, well, you're good at this. Just go here. Sometimes you have to put people where they can handle it. So that means you have to be the great leader to know what people can handle. Just because folks can say they can handle more, it's a strategy. Remember, you're with the whole vision. So put the resources at the points that they can handle that will help you to go forward. Assign those resources strategically so they can develop those points that they're nearest to. That's what you want to do. Then you can then use those resources where you're being most efficient with it, most effective with them, and they are doing the best of the best because that's where they're proficient. Those are the moves that you want to have in this series, because then when they're doing that, you get a higher return. When somebody is good at something, it doesn't take them as long to do it as someone who has to learn about it, and that person who's learning may make some mistakes. That person's proficient. They also understand what are some things that you all may not have thought about. So use your resources effectively, efficiently, and proficiently. And that recognize each little bill is going towards the much bigger plan. The old folks had a saying that a grain of salt, you can't taste it. But keep adding a grain of salt, and soon you will taste the salt to it. So each of those folks that I mentioned, it talks about what they were building. And what they were building in and of itself was not a lot when you talked about the grand scheme of the wall, but each of them building where they are, the resources they had to build up, helped them to do it. Also, they were able to take ownership because they were like, that's connected to me. That's how your employees are. That's how you should be for your contractor. How is it connecting to them that they see, yes, this is for me. I can see where I am in this. I can see how this is helping me. I can see where this is going to grow and develop me. I can see where the benefits are going to come, not only for others, but for myself. So we then go into Nehemiah 4:1-6. Guess what? Those others that were speaking against you before, as you're succeeding, guess what? They're going to talk some more about you. They're going to become angry at your success. Now, they could have done the same thing, and some of them, you may have even offered them the opportunity to come, but they didn't. And what happens is they start ridiculing you and talking about you. And the problem with online, with people putting things about business reviews, is sometimes it's some of those others that are putting the angry reviews out there. That's why I always look and balance things. So it says that the way they answered it is that they rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height. For the people work with all their heart. The people did not allow those naysayers to stop them. And when you can go forth and build with your heart, you then be able to do things the way it's supposed to be done for you to do. So understand and know that there will be others against you, but we don't focus on that. They focused on building the wall, and they made it halfway there. Pray to God for God to handle them. That's what you do. That's what they did. They prayed that God would handle them. Not you go handle them. Let God handle them. Because the energy, effort, and resources you're putting into place to go handle them, you could have used that to move further away from them and getting closer to your victory than staying there and staying with them. Don't do that. Stay focused and keep going on. It's all about staying focused to do what you're called to do. And then use all you have and put your whole self into it. We're talking about self. We're not talking about the resources. We're talking about with their whole heart. So use all you have mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. How do you bring your balance of you into this such that your whole self is there and you will start to see things are going to move. If any of you all have co-owners and people are halfway giving of themselves, it's not that train is not going to move smoothly down the track. It's not going to have its smoothness. So then that is what we want you to do. And that's what the rest of chapter 4 goes into. But just wanted to focus it on the 623. But they kept doing, they kept building. Every time the naysayers came out, they kept going, they kept building. Then we get to the 5th chapter. Nehemiah was told about the poor and the oppressed. Well, that's what we should be doing as Christians. We should be using our business to help others. As we grow, we help others grow. That should be what Christians are doing. We should be seeking to say, how are we adding value to our customers? How are we adding value to the community? How are we adding value to the nation? How are we adding value to the kingdom of God? You don't have to say God's name to add value and to be living and doing the things of God, because that's your way of doing your ministry. You minister by applying God's principles in your life and all the things that you do. So you should be the one that not to impose more difficulty and constraints on those who are poor and oppressed. How are you helping? Now, I'm not saying let them take advantage of you. I'm not saying that you should not, if things that are rightfully done, but are you doing things that's adding pressure to them, not for them to advance, but them to either stay where they are or go further back? All businesses, whether you're a Christian or a non-Christian, can be a force for doing good. And that has come about what's called Be Certified. If anybody's not in North Carolina, some of the other states, they have what's called Benefits Corporation. And B Labs out of Carborough, North Carolina, created what's called the Be Certified. You may see that at businesses as well as goods and services, where you see a B with the circle. That's a Be Certified business, which means that they say, we are a business that's a for-profit, but we are going to be a force that we're going to be doing good in our society and for people. We do good with our suppliers. We do good with our employees. We do good for our customers. We do good for the economy. We do good for the environment. We have social purposes that we do good for. Even if you don't become B certified, usually companies are in business for about 5 years before they actually get that B certified. They have a template and assessment that says these are the things that'll look at. You have to get at least an 80 on. And it's not a one-time thing. It's a continually looked at process. So instead of businesses being just focused on the bottom line, it's about that wealth creation of the wealth of helping others also as you help yourself. And it's a reciprocal thing. Because if you look at most of the top people on the Forbes list, go look at how, even if they're not Christians, they've applied that principle. The more they've given, the more they've done, the more they're doing. The more they've given, the more they've done, the more they're getting. The more they've given, the more they're doing, the more they're getting. It's about adding value. So you can do that. And we as Christians, those who are living the lifestyle of Christianity, not the title, that should be something that we're thinking about in our business. That's where the wealth creation comes and the prosperity. So as you continue to succeed, others will try to connect with you as though to bury the hatchet, yet they're scheming against you. Those that you left behind, I'm not saying you don't, people say you forgive and forget. What we forget the feelings and the emotions that you brought to us, but we don't necessarily forget what was done. Because you've got to use wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in all the things that you do. So just because someone is saying, oh, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have done that, accept it. But at the same time, you need to keep in alignment, keep connected to God and those people who are your support system to know that those people are also trying to scheme with you. They're asking you to come to the right place. Oh, we can get counsel with some of the elders and we can come together. Everybody who's doing that is not necessarily doing that for the right godly reasons. And you need to understand that. Stay away from those who you know mean you harm, even if they ask for a supposedly innocent meeting, especially while you're in the process of actively working the vision. Nehemiah was in the midst of working that vision. You got to be a good steward of your time. That's your top resource most of the time, is your time. So to go meet with them is not a good steward of your time that you could have put in place to move forward in the vision and helping others. Now, one interesting thing I like about this also, that it shows that not everyone who allegedly say they're speaking from God and prophesying to you is actually hearing from the true and only God. And that is going on in the sixth chapter, when we have Nehemiah being told, "Oh, you need to go into and lock yourself. Let's go here and lock yourself up in the gate, because they're trying to come and kill you." And Nehemiah says, "Why should I go get locked up and leave all the others out here when there's work to be done?" You have to know that God spoke to you about what your vision is. The prophecy should come to confirm and affirm what God has spoken to you, or God will speak to you later. Just like God gives you your vision, he's going to give you the prophetic words and the things. So everybody who said they're speaking from God, they're not speaking from the true and only God. I'll never forget some friends who were at a restaurant and they saw someone praying, and they were like, "Oh my God, this perfect." I mean, fervently praying at the table. And they went up to them saying, "Wow, it's so great to see someone praying." And they said, and the person said to them, "Yes, I was praying to my Lord Satan that he would kill all the Christians." They saw prayer, they heard the word Lord. But look what it was. It was not the same one and true only God. So you have to be careful who's coming, where they're coming, and get your confirmation. So when we get to the 7th chapter, verses 1-3, when we reach that vision and the accomplishments of the success, that does not mean that you're supposed to stay there. That's one thing that's hard for us. God has given us then so many times something else he wants us to do. And when he does that, though, you need to appoint those you can trust to continue to carry on that vision and be a good steward. Either they show everybody trust, which Nehemiah did by putting his brother, as well as someone who has a level of integrity and a value system that you can see that they will take that vision on further. Same thing with employees. When you're getting managers, when you're putting supervisors in place, these are the things that you need to be looking at. What are their levels of integrity and value? Not saying it's wrong, but is it at the same level that you have that goes along also to with the vision of what you were so shown to be? And you pray to the Lord to help you guide and direct this. What happens is Nehemiah then went on to the next thing that God has for him. Life does not end when you finish that vision. God has more for you. God has more in place for you. So this is the Habakkuk beginning with the Nehemiah approach of a biblical roadmap to success. It's not the only one in the Bible. There are so many others that are out there, but this is the one that I wanted to tell you all about, because we talk about Habakkuk vision all the time. And a lot of people have not really sat down to read Nehemiah in the way of how strategic he was and all that he did. But you will start to see aspects of many of the things that you heard, if not everything you heard during this Olympics. And if you go back, you will see it in the way that Nehemiah went about building the wall. It is there. I'd like to thank you all for being out here this evening. I hope this has been very helpful to you all. And I hope it's a way that it helped to cultivate all the things that you have learned and said, yes, I see where I can actually grow this even more. I see where my role is, because each and every one of you has a role. And just by you being here through the Olympics, even if you went to one session, multiple sessions, you are taking that forward step, moving you closer and closer to your vision and the purpose that you were given before you were placed in your mother's womb. So again, my name is LaShawn Harley. I'm the lead igniter. As my ignition for this today, this is one of my ignition topics. And I'm a trainer, which is what I was training from. And my name of my business is LAH Companies. That's my email address and phone number. And that is all I have for today. If anybody has any questions they want to ask or any comments, I saw a few of them. So yes, is there anything else? Please let me know. We wait for Dr. Kelly to come on, and I'll keep you going as until we have him to come on.
Yes, indeed. Hey, you know when you're looking at the last hour and you're looking at the power, you're feeling good. You got your little red tie on. You got your little smoking jacket on. You know, and everything. You're ready to rock and roll. You're ready to relax. You're ready to have a good time. You did a great job. I want to tell you thank you for all the work you put in, the behind the scenes, and also in front of the scenes. You know, sometimes people say they're gonna do something, they don't do it. We can't say that about you. You did an awesome job. And of course I invited some more people in. You can bring everybody in, Mark, that we invited in. Just gonna do a little hey, how you doing, and little reflections on what this weekend was all about. You can bring in Veronica, you can bring in Keith, bring them on in. Dolores is gonna be coming in shortly. Yeah, you go, hey, lady, how you doing? Thank you for short notice to come on in, too. And we're going to just talk about the Black Business Expo. I see I got Keith. He's always got the craziest camera in the world. Well, he's a trooper. He's a trooper. Your background is killing you, brother. You see the light behind you? Can you kind of move over to the left where the light won't be attracting the camera? Move over to the right. Yeah, well, we are looking at a poll now. All right, ladies, let's get right into it. First of all, what did y'all think about this week? We'll start with you, LaShawn.
A lot of information, a lot of resources. Was very informative. From the beginning, it was informative because you informed us about StreamYard. That was the first thing, even before we got any other information. There were a lot of people, this was their first time even hearing about StreamYard. So just the fact that the expo was on StreamYard, I've heard from quite a few people like, oh my goodness, I love this. I've got to use this with my business. So it's not just about the knowledge of hearing, it's about also the other things that are available and how things are done. That's always a great thing. And then the opportunity for people to hear from so many people, as well as the replays. Folks who couldn't get the information out to others, they're able to send them to the Facebook page and say, hey, go out there and check it out and see what's going on, as well as see the comments that were given at the time. It's all preserved there. So you don't get that a lot of times with a lot of the functions that you go to, conferences, expos, training. That was something that was very good. We can't hear you, Dr. Kelly.
Yeah, I saw that comment you put in there. I just wanted to let you know I saw your comment. That was slick. That was a slick comment you put in there. Yeah, you caught that ball slipping. I got you. But it's over now, man. We got one more hour. We're gonna let Keith Hunter say a couple of things. That's my guy over there. Go ahead, Keith. What did you think about the week?
He's on mute too.
Get off mute.
Okay, all right. Am I there now? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Just like I said the other day, how you build a championship coach, and when you have a little bit of problem with technology, we was a big time. We was all together, the players, all the speakers, fantastic, and we came out and we can do and what I think that was done very, very well. Who's up?
Well, of course, we're going to have a little technical difficulty on the way out. One of the people that started with us on Monday, I invited her in. I sent her a message out way from the beginning. She sent me a text back and said, "Oh, thank you for inviting me. Thank you, thank you." And she went through and she was going and she was going and she was there day in and day out. And then I was just thinking about her. I said, well, you know what? Maybe Veronica got a voice. And so I sent her a little message and she said, I heard what you said. And then somebody counseled and I stuck on in there just that quick. And she came up like a trooper, knocked it out the park. And talk a little bit about that experience, Veronica, because a lot of times when people are doing things, they don't really pull other people in.
Well, first and foremost, I appreciated it because I've been watching it since day one, and I think I told you I have pages and pages of notes on my table, so it just poured into me. So for me, it was incredible to get the text. To be invited to be in this space and just contribute, and it brought back to me again when I had my business and all these things in place, and then the things that I'm doing now, building business, and to be able to share that with other people and pour that into those lives. But even on top of that, this overall experience for me, whew, it's been amazing. It has been completely amazing. And one of the things I enjoyed the most is how others were just open about the processes that they were engaging in, their experiences. We've heard so many testimonies that led to the development of business. And even today with integrating our spiritual piece and that aspect of several of our identities, I appreciated that. So to me, this has been a strong experience. I'm thankful it was virtual because with virtual, so many more people can be reached. So I'm glad I was able to have it playing just about all day, every day. So I just applaud everyone who has been in the background, behind the scenes, each speaker who took time out to be present throughout this week.
There's a young man I've been watching from day one. I went to his conference. I snuck in. He didn't know I was in there. I was in a hurry. I was in a rush. I walked in. He walked across the stage, started talking. Then I went to a Chamber of Commerce event. Came up in the Chamber of Commerce event. He was talking again. And I said, well, you know what? This guy is a mover and a shaker. I'm going to talk to him when I get a chance. And so things were going on and on. And then one day I saw him walking through a lobby. I said, hey, man, look, I want you to speak at the Expo. And he said, yes, I'll do it. And so people that know me know I'm going 5 million miles an hour. So then I saw him at another conference. And I said, yeah, man, I got you. I want you to speak at my Expo. And he said to me what most people don't say to me. You know what, man? I haven't seen my name on nothing. And then I told him, I said, I got you, bro. I am going to call you. And so when I called him this time, he showed up. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Talk a little bit about your experience in this whole process. And I know you've been here all week. You were at the George Frazier presentation when George talked to all of us, all of the speakers. You've been here, and I really enjoyed you being here.
Well, listen, man, again, as I said earlier today, I'm grateful for the opportunity, grateful for you, your vision, and just all that you've done to put this together, to be in service to so many entrepreneurs and Black business owners, man. It's just been a phenomenal experience to watch. It's been very encouraging. Been very enlightening. You know, I feel like it just takes the excuses off the table for anything that we're trying to do out here. And so I just appreciate the leadership, man. And again, the vision that it takes to pull something off like this. I'm sure many people told you couldn't be done. But for those of us who have our mind made up, that's enough. And so, man, it's been a wonderful experience. And I just believe in the power of education. I believe in the power of community, where you can bring a group of like-minded people together. It's amazing what can happen from that. So phenomenal experience, man. Again, I'm grateful and humble.
Well, last year we did a masquerade ball, and we had some hiccups with our masquerade ball, and this our masquerade ball lady. She knew I was gonna bring it up,
Oh,
but she was there on time. She's been making things happen. Her magazine has been awesome. As a matter of fact, I'm still waiting to get the front cover. I think Eric Kelly deserved the front cover, but when if you know like I know, just like I used to work in Vegas, right? One thing about getting the front cover and getting ads, you need to have some cash. And that's what's
Right.
real. That's what's real. Dolores, talk about your ride this time, as you did the Divine Five on short notice. I was talking to my moms about the show, and we was reviewing it every night because she would sit down with me and say she liked this, she liked that, and then she said to me, she said, you just got a lot of people up here, a lot of good information, but you need to make the interaction just a little bit better. This is my mama talking. This is what I should be saying, right? And so I got on the phone the next day. I called you up. I called some ladies who were already going to speak, and I said to them, "Hey, would you come on? Would you come on and do a sister talk? And would you come on and do?" I didn't have a name for it at the time, but I had a name at the end, the Divine Five, and those ladies are talking about continuing doing the Divine Five as something on a regular basis. Talk a little bit about your experience.
Okay, so I'm excited because last year I went to the Black Business Expo, and so I got the experience of seeing everybody in the booth. But this year, with the virtual, I was able to get in contact and see a lot more individuals and get a lot more information in depth. And so I'm so excited. Like if you don't have a business and you're watching this, you should be inspired to do a business. I have a business and I want to go to the next level of mention just with the resources that we connected with Black Business Expo.
Well, one of the other things, as we continue to move on, I'm going to bring some more people up because I want to fill this space up. Mark, you can bring up the doctor, you can bring up the bishop, and I'm going to call Demeter Hayes and see what she's doing. One thing about this internet thing with me, I can get on the phone and call folk. Look, I'm like the president. I got this not a red phone, but it's a phone. You don't have to have no color. Hey, Doc. I'm gonna let the doctor talk, Dr. Al Anubia. And I said, hey, Doc, like, what's funny? Hello? Are you still coming? Okay,
That's the bad phone. That's what that
we'll
is.
wait. We'll wait. We know you. We'll wait for you. Take your time. Don't rush. We have a whole hour. So if you can't get over here by an hour, I'll send somebody to pick you up. Just a joke. Just a joke. I'll talk to you shortly. Okay. Okay. Well, earlier, everybody need to mute. Everybody need to mute. Mute, please. Hello, Doc. Al Anubia.
Yes, sir.
Would you mute, please?
Okay.
And Dr. Anderson, would you mute? There you go. Okay. Oh, there she is, Sherelle James. Y'all, everybody clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. This is the real deal, baby. This is the real deal. Y'all don't know. I got the doctor here, but Sherelle here. I'm gonna talk. Ladies always first, and I'm gonna come back to Daryl also. But my first encounter with Sherelle James was the gentleman on the line said that she was the smartest person in the room. And I heard him, and y'all know how I think.
wow.
If I hear something, I'm gonna be like, okay, she is. Well, then let me see how smart she is. And so I didn't remember Sherelle, and Sherelle knew me. And Sherelle said, when I found we did the whole meeting and everything's good. We going, everybody's going. And of course, LaShawn was saying, well, Eric, you need some help. You need some help. You need to come to the small business center. You need to sign up for the small business center so we can get you some help because you're just one man. And where everybody else at, you can't do this by yourself. Yeah, we know your shoulders are large, but the world is bigger. And so I signed up and everything. But before I signed up, I called Sherelle, and I got to talking to Sherelle, and Sherelle said, "Eric, I know you." I said, "How you know me?" And she said, "I remember way back when." And we began to talk, and she said, "I know your story. I know all about you." And then she began to tell me what to do. And the things that she told me to do was just so amazing. And I wanted to say to her personally, sometimes people come in your life and you just walk by them. And then sometimes people come in your life and you pay attention. And everybody that's here, I did pay attention. That's why I said I wanted to do a goodbye, a wrap up kind of show, but I wanted to bring in some special people who really made this thing happen for us. Sherelle, talk about your experience. Don't talk about me, but talk about your experience with the Black Business Expo this year and the things that you saw happen.
Oh my goodness. This was so amazing. Let me first say, Dr. Kelly, congratulations on 7 days, 24 hours of making this thing happen. That is just so amazing. Yes, yes. So amazing. I know it's crazy whether you plan an event for 1 day or 7 days. It's crazy, right? And just taking each hour by the hour, and making sure that it happened. It was amazing. Experts came on, knowledge was dropped. If people say they didn't learn anything, then they really weren't listening and tuning in. They really weren't. This was an amazing experience for me and my husband as well. Me in front of the scenes and behind the scenes, for me and my husband, speaking as well. But I just want to give kudos. It was so amazing, and I just really enjoyed watching it unfold. Sometimes it's called organized chaos behind the scenes, right? And we know what that means if you've ever done an event. But that's good too, because it gives you places to learn, to grow, and to be better in as well. And I think overall it was a stellar event. Kudos to all of my fellow speakers. Kudos to you and the back end IT, Mark and his team. Kudos to him and his team. It was just amazing. I'm gonna stop right there. It was good.
Well, I just want to do one caveat to what you said because they say you was the smartest one in the room, and I gotta say this. If I don't say this, and I'm gonna say it loud and clear. So we're me, LaShawn, and Irvin, and Terrence, and Sherelle. We carrying on and talking, and everybody's talking, and then LaShawn says, "Well, Eric, it's a lot of days." And I'm sitting there hearing LaShawn, and when she said that I'm mad, she don't know I'm hot. I'm like, what you mean a lot of days? And so I'm sitting there, I'm listening. I said, all right, I'll talk to y'all later. And so then me and Sherelle started talking, and I told Sherelle, I said, Sherelle, it takes the same amount of time to do 1 day as it does to do 7 days. And Sherelle say, you're absolutely right, Eric. It takes the same amount of time, but you got to be organized. And she put that O on you. She put that O on me. And I said, you just don't understand. I said, I got 84 speakers out there that want to speak, and I'm going to let them speak. And I just wanted to say that, Sherelle, you was very instrumental in keeping me going. And Doc, Al Anubia, for those who don't know, Doc was with me from the beginning. I brought this project to Doc. Doc went out, and he put together this whole project for us to do it on another platform larger than this platform. We thought, but Doc went through some things with the family and carrying on, and he kind of had to disappear for a moment. And while the doctor was gone, the other doctor had to put some things in place. And when I got it done, I made sure that I called him because we was doing a show together every Friday talking about the expo so that we can bring people here and bring people here on this particular show. Doc, talk about your experience, and then we're gonna do your presentation again, and we're gonna insert it into the 24-hour window because a lot of things happen during your presentation. But even though you did do a great job. We can't hear you, Doc. He just a talking.
How about that? Can you hear me now? All right. Well, Dr. Kelly, it's a distinct honor to be here. I'm grateful because it demonstrates what you can do when you set your mind to doing something. And a lot of people are trigger shy. And what we have to do is we have to, identify what our targets are, and then, create a roadmap and then go get it. And you didn't allow COVID or any other things to stop. You made the community a promise, and you delivered on that promise. And we also set a footprint. When you take a pebble and you throw it into still water, it radiates into infinity. And so that's what you did here with the Black Business Expo. And we have traction now. And what I expect is that we will use this to demonstrate, the one really thing I like about what I see here, I'm kind of reminded when I was a little boy, I saw, what's the name of that, All the Stars, that little game show? They had all these squares up here on the table like that.
Hollywood Squares.
Hollywood,
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. I'm having a flashback. But we have so many stars in our community. And what we need more of is we need constellation. And constellation is a group of stars assembled in the heaven to create one vision. And what you've demonstrated for us is that we can take many different professionals of many different backgrounds, and we can aggregate our strength. And I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to where I'm going to drop a term on you guys called a unicorn. About 2 weeks ago, I was in the first Black Unicorn Conference that was held last week and 2 weeks ago. And a unicorn is $1 billion startup. And I remember, Dr. Kelly, one last year or the year before last, when we were at another event where we talked about the black dollar and how long it stays in our community. And we said that I believe it was 6 hours, which was 25% of a 24-hour period of time. And we were looking at how long does African-American dollar stay within the African-American community. And so in this particular case, I am grateful to do anything that I can in working with you and working with the brilliant people that are here, so that we can, take time to edify each other. Because at the end of the day, there's only two roads we can choose: the problem road or the solution road. And I think that as long as we keep our minds stayed on the solution road, the problems will take care of themselves. Oftentimes I see that, people are happy talking about issues and talking about problems. And what we really need to do is say, to hell with the problem. We need to focus on the solution. And sometimes I'm not the person to have the solution. Sometimes someone else at the table has the solution. But when we're going to get a championship, the assist is as good as the score. So I want to thank you for both the assist and the score. And I want to thank, and I really appreciate you for thinking about moms. We all have older parents, and we're standing between generations. So I want to thank you for that consideration. So that's all I have to say. God bless everybody, and let's make it happen, Captain. An ounce of gold or a ton of gold is still gold. Now it's your turn to unmute, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. His reference to mom was his mother was in an actual accident, and we was worried, and we talked about it. In by the grace, she's fine, and she's getting better. And I was concerned, just like he was concerned. I had an aunt who was having difficulties, and you know how family is, and you want to keep your family private, but when you're close to people, you always get a feel of who they are and what's going on. And now I got to bring up another guy. I know he had them glasses on this morning, and I was sitting there and I was saying, "Why is Daryl?" And for those who don't know, this is one of my best friends. It's three of us, so I can't say he's the best friend. I got to say he's one of them. But me and Daryl go so far back, but he had them glasses on this morning, and I said, what in the world is he doing with shades on early in the morning? Who he hiding from? And then he brought his head up, and I said, oh, those are reflective glasses that when the light hits it, they look a particular way. And so, Daryl, how was your experience? I know you watched it all week long, and you had a chance to see it from a different perspective. Plus, you had a chance to see me from a different perspective. Even though you've been knowing me all my life and you've seen me do the same kinds of things, when we talked about this, you know, a lot of people said it's too many people, it's too many hours, and people are not going to sit. Dr. Veronica Hardy, she said she sat through it like it was TV. And it's the same thing I told everybody else, that I wasn't worried about Zoom and being zoomed out, because all I had to deal with is 1 hour at a time. And if I dealt with 1 hour at a time, then that would be all I needed to deal with, because people would come in and come out. What say you, sir?
Uh, Thank you for the introduction there, sir. I appreciate it. And my glasses, my other glasses, I thank you for identifying them too. Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me say how honored I was to be part of this Black Expo that my good friend Kelly has brought forth. I knew when he, first of all, anytime from the time we used to hang together as teenagers, whenever Kelly called and said, "Come, let's go," I didn't ask no questions. I just got in the car and we went. and that's how it is even today. He'll call me and say, "I want you on this. Can you be available?" And most of the time, I don't know all the details. He don't give me no information. He just tell me to show up. And that's what I see a lot of folks shaking their head. So you see how he operates. So that's something that I have got accustomed to, but he's one of the few people that I would work with like that. I'm a very structured person myself, organized. Things have to be detailed on time. So when I work with Kelly, I made sure that I'm available and that I'll be ready for anything to come on anytime and do whatever he asked me to do at that time. I appreciate all that went forth this week. Everyone who spoke, I might didn't see everyone, but this has been a vision that I can literally say that Kelly had ever since he was in high school. He was always a leader. He didn't never care too much what people said or asked. If he had something in his thought pattern, he just wanted people to come with him. And I've been crazy enough all these years to go with him. But the information that was given as I was able to tune in, I thank you. God have allowed me, I say, to travel basically all around the world. I'm from Durham, Hillside High School, but I have been to Africa numerous times. London, I'm an ambassador for one of the churches in London. And the reason I have worked with the Expo here in Atlanta, Georgia, Dr. Ricky, I was part of that here in Atlanta, Georgia. So to be able to come and be part of this with my good friend and this visionary who I see the hand of God on, and I know that he's moving in the right direction, because I just don't follow anybody, and I don't ask anybody just to follow me. So I know he have a vision. The book of Habakkuk says that if you write the vision, make it plain, that people will bring feet and legs and run with it. And today I see where Kelly stood on the watch when God called Habakkuk to the watch. Kelly stood there and he said, "Watch and see what I will speak to you." And look what is the results of it. We are all here. To all the doctors and all the speakers and all the visionaries, I hope this don't be my last time meeting you. Even though we had to meet virtual, maybe one day when this pandemic is over, and I know it will be, because I know who all of us believe in and we have faith in, because this is a faith movement right here. No matter how much we do in Black business, the Black community can't do anything without God on their side. So thank you for inviting me. I'll be back, man, whenever you need me. You know I will. You the only person can call me at 10 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, and talk to me like I'm still 18 years old. So that's 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 the way it is. Good to see everybody. Please keep in touch, and I keep in touch with you. And this is my second Black Expo with him. First time I came, I sold my book there, but and I came to sell my book. He invited me to sell my book. I came all the way back to Durham to sell the book. I got a book out, No Regrets. And then you see that plug I put in there, Kelly, No Regrets. and And he had me then to go and do announcing, do different things. I didn't know I was going to do that. So maybe this time I'm speaking. Next time I don't know where I'm going to be at. So if you if you remember me, just say, okay, that's Kelly's good friend. Don't let him do what he need to do. And God bless y'all. Have a blessed day and be careful out there. And may the anointing of the Holy Ghost and the peace of God abide with each and every one of y'all until we meet again. Amen. Amen.
Well, yeah, Daryl. Yeah, Daryl.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
I just want to, I'm going to give y'all one small story to what
Oh,
he just said.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Hey, I'm just going to give you, I can't give it all to you, but I'm going to give you one small story. And it's really funny. He said that anytime I say, let's go somewhere, let's go, right? So one night, me and Daryl was hanging out, just two guys, and our best friend lived in Atlanta, Georgia. And so we was just talking. We got on our cell phone and we was talking to our best friend. His name is Rabbit. We talking to Rabbit. Anyway, we talking on the phone. And then I said, Daryl, let's go to Atlanta, man. Daryl say, huh? I said, let's go to Atlanta. Do you know, in 4 hours and 30 minutes, we had drove all the way to Atlanta and spent the weekend and came back. And when we got back, me and Daryl, later on down the road, like years later, we was sitting down and we was talking, and me and Daryl looked at each other and said, man, you know that time we went to Atlanta and we went together? I said, yeah, man. He said, why did we both drive different cars? We drove all the way down there, on the phone in different cars. That was a crazy time. We was young and crazy at that time. And when you really think about that, it's
Wow.
You
gonna
know why
come
we
back
drove
to you.
different cars. You know, put it together.
We drove.
We
Think
were
about what I
young
said. We said we gonna go to Atlanta together. We drove different
before we
cars
received the
down
Holy
there.
Ghost and got baptized in the fire. You know why?
But anyway, I've been doing this, and along the way, you meet people who see your vision, who come in, and sometimes you don't do the right things by them sometimes, and they wonder, well, like last year, I was going through so much last year, and I'm the kind of guy, I'm pretty open, and I'll say to you, what I feel, and sometimes you might take it wrong, you might take it right, but I'm gonna say what I feel because it's how I was brought up. And so last year, Maxine was waiting for the kid to get a scholarship. She was waiting and she was waiting. And I didn't have no scholarship dollars and I didn't have no scholarship. And so I didn't give a scholarship out last year, but I made sure that some of the other kids who was waiting for scholarships, because I keep the kids each year. I don't just kick them to the curb when they don't get a scholarship that year. And so Maxine kid didn't get a scholarship, and Maxine was a little mad with me. But I told Maxine, like I tell everybody, we're still going to give a kid a scholarship. And she came on board again this year. And for those who don't know, on Tuesday was the Maxine Pearl Day. And she worked Tuesday all day. I believe she was on like 6 of the 13 shows. And she did her thing. And I called her, I said, girl, you just pearling today. You just pearling. And my good friend Maxine.
Thank you thank you so much, Dr. Shirley. I have truly enjoyed being a part of this. historical event. Yes, the why is all about our students. And when Dr. Eric, when he and I met about 3 years ago, it was at another event, another networking event, and I went to his table to purchase a picture. Little did I know that that picture that I purchased was actually purchasing a ticket to the Black Business Expo to start working with him. Because after that, he mentioned scholarship, and the minute he mentioned scholarship, it's like my antenna went straight up because it was about students. And that's where my heart is. My heart is to help as many students as we possibly can in order for them to get that start in life so that they can go down that journey, that path that we know that they're capable of doing. And the minute he said that to me, I was hooked. I think we spent the next entire year talking about scholarships and perfecting the application, doing everything that we needed to do in order to make sure these children were able to apply for the scholarships. And so it's truly been an honor to be a part of this event, to meet all of you. You're talking about networking, getting to know some powerful Black individuals, getting to know those who are subject matter expert in their fields, and they are not holding anything back. They're sharing their hearts. They're sharing their hard work. They're sharing their education, their knowledge. And not only are they sharing it, but they also helping us to understand how to use the wisdom that they are imparting into us. And so I truly appreciate it. I have learned so much. I'm still like a sponge. I'm a lifelong learner. And anytime I can grasp some new information and then understand how to apply it, I can transfer generations by imparting that same information to those who I come in contact with. So it's about paying it forward. But I'm not going to let you off the hook because we still
Yeah,
need
what's
help
up, man?
when it comes to the scholarship. And we also need
What you
what?
say that again?
Donations. So thank you so much for Dr. Kelly for this opportunity.
Take my place. Sit.
Okay, so now let me tell you what's going on. That's why I picked up my phone. One of the things that I need to do is ask people to leave the room. I hate to ask you to leave the room, but somebody's trying to get in the room. So the first person, I know y'all like, who are you gonna ask to leave the room? Who are you gonna ask to leave? No, LaShawn, you got to stay. Me and you got to talk. Keith, I'm leaving the room for a minute, and we're gonna let another lady come in the room right quick. I'm trying to make it even, you know. Bye, Keith. Boy, that hurt. Cause he gonna talk junk to me. He's a cornerback and I'm a wide receiver. So you know the wide receivers be checking the cornerback, and I tell him I'm always open. But anyway, so I want to thank Maxine for her day all day on Tuesday. Excuse me, on I believe it was Wednesday. She was all day Wednesday, and of course Dolores was with her all pretty much all day Wednesday. LaShawn, talk a little bit about your journey through this whole process as we got to this point, okay?
Where do you want me to start the journey from?
Any way you want to give it to us, because I take it all in laughter.
But no, I was just saying, just for brevity point of view. So I got pulled in actually with from Terrence Staten, and got pulled into the meeting and got pulled in and saw the information, and Sherelle and another one of the presenters, Latasha Best-Gaddy, and I, we've been working with businesses dealing with COVID since that March the 23rd. So we've been dealing with business owners. Oh my goodness. Hearing, I mean, literally, especially Sherelle has been doing it with us, all three of us, pulling people off the ledge, literally. So we've known a lot of the pain and anguish business owners have been going through as they've been getting through the process of starting businesses, trying to pivot their businesses, losing jobs and looking to start businesses. So that was the point of view that we came into the meeting with. We've all dealt with over 55 businesses in that time frame with some special COVID funding, as well as been in a lot of collaboration with with city and county officials. So there was a lot that was going on. so the list itself was, the list that we're used to, with a lot of information, a lot of good topics that needed to be discussed. But we came in with the point of view of, we knew what we were dealing with the business owners on a day-to-day basis. We came in from the point of view of that, hey, yeah, I have the PPP and the idle loan, but I don't know what to do with it. I'm afraid to take more money. We don't know how long this is going to be, how long my business is going to be able to stay in where they are. So that was the mindset that we all came with. And that's what we presented to Dr. Kelly, about the fact that there's so many webinars and sessions out here that people are also getting information overload. So we wanted to make sure that whatever people got, that they were going to get information they can actually put into action upon getting that information. Because that was one of the things we were experiencing. People would go to the webinars and say, it was great. The information I got was wonderful, but I don't know how to apply it to my business, or I don't know how to apply it. Am I doing it correctly? And am I missing anything? And when I heard this group talk about it, they said one thing and another group said something else. But in actuality, they were saying the same things, but the business owners didn't realize that. So that's when we made the comment about, great things, but for amid COVID, we need to look at things a little differently. We don't, we need to have that availability and flexibility. So I got, when you make recommendations, you get recruited. So since I was the one to make the recommendation, I got recruited, but I brought my sidekicks in. I said, okay, Sherelle and Latasha gonna be there with me. So that's what we did. And we just happened to be in a conversation after about a collaboration meeting with for service providers. And we said, okay, let's go. What are some topics we could think of that we really believe that businesses need? And then that's when we sent it to Dr. Kelly. He said, okay, where are y'all presenters? We went, huh? Wait a minute, we didn't know we were going to that level with it. And I say that laughingly because we are still in the midst of doing one-on-one, trying to get as much done with business owners before the COVID funds run out, because COVID funds are going to be running out at the end of this month and next month. So we all are working constantly. We appreciate those folks like Sherelle and others that are even talking to clients on Saturdays. I talk to them even on Sundays. We've been for a while there, from March to June, we were doing it 7 days a week, evenings, days, nights, and we're still dealing with that with some of the folks. So that was a shocker with us about, speakers, what? So we did our best that we could do, but I'm glad that was able to have others. The one thing that we all could say that we would be able to do was we chose our topics. So mine kind of changed around. Like the one tonight was an add-on, the one that I did tonight. But we said these are the two or three that we are committed to do. So all of us committed to do something. We just behind the scenes just saying, do this. We actually said we're going to put our money where our mouths were. So we all actually said, at a minimum, you get all of us as participating. And then I was able to get a couple of other people. All of us are familiar at that group with Katie Lawson, the attorney that was on today. And we wanted to bring her on because very few people know of a female African-American or person of color that does private practice. She's not in somebody else's law firm. She's a private practicing tax lawyer. And we wanted to make sure that people knew that that was out there. So we were happy to get Katie to come on today to be a part of the celebration. So, and then as well as Demetria, just to let you know, Eric, one of the reasons I also want to bring her, because she's been out before, she's a domestic violence survivor. And we just came off of domestic violence survivors. So that was one of the reasons we also wanted to put that in place. But that was our journey. We rushed, and we've been up wee hours of the morning working on some of our presentation, because just like any other trainer, we changed stuff. I mean, I did a whole new one of my presentations a few hours before doing it, because I was like, oh no, this will be better. But that's what we do. We appreciate the opportunity. I will say this. One of the biggest reasons why we all participated was, number one, this was coming from Durham, and we all are connected some way to Durham. And being that this was something virtual going out about Durham, we wanted to make sure Durham was well represented. So that's why we put the heart and passion that we did in for it. Not saying that we didn't believe it was going to happen or it could happen, but we wanted to make sure we represented Durham the best way we could so that the world could know all the negative things that you hear about Durham. That's not the only thing Durham is about. So that's why we took that effort and energy to do that. And I don't live in Durham, I work in Durham, but it's still about that. Then the second level, we wanted to make sure that we recognize North Carolina. So some of us knew some presenters other places, but we were like, but one of North Carolina businesses. This is about North Carolina. We want to toot our own and let people know about our own. It was no disrespect or not taking consideration others, which we did have people from other places, but we wanted to say North Carolina needs to shine, and we want it to shine, especially with everything that's going on with society today. So that was the heart of the heart that was in it for us. And I know I'm speaking for Sherelle and Latasha because we had several conversations, and Irvin came into a few others. But that was our journey. And I didn't know my topic for this evening. I'll be honest. And then the Lord just dropped it in. This is church and this is about business. And that's why I did the Habakkuk beginnings with the Nehemiah approach. And that's what we've done for this week. It was a Habakkuk beginning using a Nehemiah approach. When you first time you do things aren't perfect. We learn from it so we can be better the next time, but you got to try it in order to get it done. So that's been my journey for the weekend, as well as dealing with the fact my iPhone won't work. So that's my story, but we've made it. We're able to tell others. Long as the information is up, we can send others from around the world to come and get the information that we know that we have.
Well, let's give, come on. One of the things that I want to say to LaShawn, and I'm kind of like Daryl said, when I get my vision and I'm looking at what I'm doing, I'm pretty much straightforward. I'm going forward, because at the end of the day, if I don't go forward, I'm going to go sideways. I know me. And so one of the things that I say to LaShawn and to Sherelle and to Latasha, and Latasha is another warrior for this, and I didn't mention her name earlier today, but I want to make sure I mention that tonight. Even when she was getting ready to do a presentation and she wanted to do her presentation and not come on the screen, I called her, I talked to her, and she said, well, Eric, I'm not going to be on the screen. I said, why? She said, well, I said, why? I said, this is a live event and I need to see live people. And she said, well, give me a few minutes. I said, I'll talk another 10 minutes. And when I get through talking, I hope you be ready. Just give me 10 minutes. That's the kind of people that have been working on this project. Everybody, instead of them saying, I want to do it that way, we want to do it the way that you see the vision, because that makes it that much better. And back to LaShawn, when they put those speakers in place, those topics in place, and I said to Sherelle that I believe that LaShawn, Latasha, and Sherelle were out here doing the work, and they had their hands on the pulse of what business owners wanted. I have my eyes on what they need. It's a difference between want and need. I know business owners need information. Okay, I know business owners need advertising, marketing, public relations. I know business owners need social media. I know business owners need diversity and inclusion and community engagement. I know the young people need, to bridge the gap. I know we need to talk about business and culture. And I know this whole church and business needs to be highlighted. But they knew what they wanted. They know what they needed. I knew what they wanted. And the needs that they put on the table really blew this conference, or blew this 24-hour network out the water, because without the needs, the wants don't happen. And that's the thing people don't think about. Without the needs, the wants don't happen. And so I said to Sherelle, and I'm saying to everybody, they understood. And then there was another little lady behind my back, and she was gonna work with the expo, and she was gonna do the sales part. And I didn't even know she was that good. And then she started talking to me and telling me stuff, and I can do this, Eric, and I can do this. And I said, okay, great, let's go. And she started working on the sales piece. And the time was running down, and the time was moving down. And I said, well, you know what? And I was talking to Sherelle, and I said, Sherelle said, Eric, what do you need? I said, well, look, I got this part to do. I got to get these speakers to do this, and I got to get this part organized. And then Sherelle said, do you know Dr. Akila Faye? I said, yeah, I know her. Then that's who you need to call. But she didn't know Akila was working with me already, right? So I said, hold on. Put her on the phone. I married her in, and after we talked, and she said she was gonna help, she jumped on and she stopped the sales part and turned into the daggone organization lady. And when I gotta say this before she speaks, and after she I talked to her and she hung up the phone, and Sherelle hung up the phone, she called me back. She said, how do you know Sherelle? I said, I've been knowing Sherelle a long time. And she said, well, and you just put me on the line with her. I said, yeah, you her friend, ain't you? She said, yes, and she's my mentor. And I said, I know, that's why I put you on the phone so y'all can make it happen. Sometimes you just got to go with the flow. And the ladies was working me over, and I believe when you're being worked, you got to let it work. And this is my good friend, Dr. Akila Faye, and I've been knowing her for quite some time. Akila, how was your experience doing the expo?
It was fantastic. First, blessings, everybody. It's a blessing to be here. Thank you, Eric, for putting this together, Dr. Eric Kelly, for bringing everyone together, for making sure that it was something different than any experience we've had within our community and possibly across the nation, having 24 hours for a whole week of all us. It was like the new BET with good moral standards and great articulation. I really appreciated it. And thank you for allowing me to be a part. And Sherelle, big sis and mentor, thank you for the recommendation. You know, I really definitely appreciate that. Eric, working with you has been a beautiful experience. I have definitely stretched my business and entrepreneurship skills. My team enjoyed working with you. The interns that were working on your graphics, they had a lot of fun learning from you and going through the Salesforce trainings that we were doing and everything like that. I appreciate you for trusting me with being able to be so integral in the background and understanding that just because of various factors doesn't mean that somebody who's younger doesn't have the skill set or experience to handle such a project of this magnitude. So I definitely appreciate that, and for it to work out in the end in the favor and benefit of everyone who was involved, including my team behind the scenes that you didn't get to meet, that that from the hiring process and everything.
I'm going. Look, you know, I tell people, you know, I'm an old soul, and my great grandfather used to tell me everything. And every time I start talking, I always mention him. His name was Henry Stansel, and he used to say stuff like, "Take the same amount of time to do something big as it takes to do something small."
Yeah, from an energetic standpoint, yes, sir. And I thank you for that, because when you let me talk, and I was telling you, we need a wellness component in addition to everything else. And I appreciate being able to add that wellness component during your conference. It was a beautiful experience. I had a lot of good feedback from everybody talking about mindfulness in your business, starting with yourself first, and going into what my fellow sister McCoy said. Even though you were MC, hey, I'm an MCC. Same bloodline though, same passion for youth and for development. That it worked out, because oftentimes we have these big dreams and big projects, and we're working on a lot of things. And we don't oftentimes take an inventory of self, the same we take an inventory of our physical businesses. And so I definitely enjoyed being able to provide that information, the exercises that people could take on, and then being able to tap in any time of the day just to get some information was phenomenal. And being able to talk to Mr. George again, he's one of my mentors. So it was great to be on a platform with so many people who I call my mentors, who are now friends over the years, and to just be able to physically see the growth within them, myself, and everybody else moving forward during COVID and before. Because as a melanated people, we got to be strong, we got to keep moving, we got to keep pushing, and we have to be confident in everything that we deliver to others. So thank
I'll
you.
do it now.
It was beautiful. And
All
it's good
right.
to meet all of you. Y'all transform. I appreciate y'all. So blessings.
Well, the
You
only
said
reason
hold it.
the only reason I cut across you is because we got everybody locked out the door, and they can't get in. They can't get in. They mad. We got a mastermind coming up. Everybody, thank you so very much. Except for Grace on the Fire. Grace on the Fire stayed. I invited her back because I didn't get a chance to even talk to her about her presentation, and I wanted to get a few more words for the audience because it is recorded, and knowing that it's recorded, no matter who comes on at whatever time, they can actually see that information. So thank everybody. Thank y'all for being on the wrap up. Hit your button. You got to get some people in, man. We could be here all evening. Yes, indeed. See y'all later. Thank you so very much. Hey. Thank you. I know you was having a few problems getting back in, and it looks like you're finally here. Tell everybody about your company and tell them about your business, and then we'll get ready for the next person to come up.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm Demetri Hayes. Okay, hi. Yes, I'm Demetri Hayes. I have a publishing company called Grace Under Fire. I publish a lot of nonfiction work, artwork, musical pieces of art, or what have you, as far as with my Grace Under Fire. And I also have a company called Pay It 360, where I take people's lives, transform them from where they are to where they want to be. I do consulting work, and I just am a national influencer where I connect people and resources so whatever you need, I can just about take care of it for you. You can reach me at Grace Under Fire Publishing at gmail.com. And my contact number is 310-270-1675.
Well, I wanted to bring you back because I thought your presentation this morning, earlier, was so impactful, and I think a lot of times your story was impactful because you talked about how you were looking forward to get your book published. Then you made a decision to do it yourself, and I think that's something that our young people need to look at when they look at whatever business they're going into. And before you get out of here, talk just a little bit about that journey, and then we're gonna wrap up. And I know you didn't get a chance to be a part of the first part, but we just appreciate you taking the time and working with technology and getting back.
Yes. I'm going to try add a little bit more to even what you heard earlier. I decided to write a book called Daffodil, A Mother's Journey. And it was a book dedicated to my daughter to explain to her the reason why our relationship suffered. But taking that book and that concept, she read it, and she said, Mama, I want other people to get something out of it too. So what came out to be just something personal grew up to be developed into something great, where the book became a finalist for the Philip Wheatley Award and walked red carpet at the Pan African Film Festival. I had a seminar at the Women's Empowerment in Detroit, as well as out here in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. But while I was in Detroit, a photographer who took pictures for President Obama said, someone told me that I needed to meet you. Are you Demetri Hayes? And I was just, I said, yes, but it just took me for a while because I'd never seen this gentleman before in my life. Well, he took me away from the seminar and said, I want you to meet people. So he introduced me to senators, governors, mayors, and all of these people. And I found myself at the Congressional Black Caucus, meeting President Obama and Michelle Obama. And I say all of that to say is that you don't know what God has in store for you. Your story, your goals, your dreams, your desires can come true, and that much more if you just have faith, really. If you just have faith that what you may be going through is not just for you, but for someone else too. And that's why I feel like it's so important to just know what it is that you want, set some goals, and execute them and follow through. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Dr. Eric.
I wanted you to say that, because sometimes the story is better than the conversation. People need to hear the triumphs of faith. People need to understand that sometimes when you meet somebody, you never know where it's going to go. And sometimes you have to say, okay, let me see what's going to happen. And when you're looking at building a business, there are going to be a lot of hurdles. But if you continue to be committed to your business, you should get there. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the young people out here who are grinding and doing their hustle and also starting businesses?
Yes. Stay committed. Stay motivated. Don't let anyone say what you can't do because you can. Don't allow people to steal your dream, your goal. Your dreams is not too big. They are accomplishable. They are obtainable. Keep a positive mindset. Keep your head up and keep striving. Don't let anything deter you. Keep pushing. Even if it doesn't feel like you're moving, you are. You plant that little seed, you keep watering it, it will grow. Don't give up.
Well, that's a good quote. Thank you so very much for coming back. Sometimes, you come back a little technical difficulty, but it's called computers, it's called technology, and you couldn't get in the room because the room was full. But that's amazing too because people was having such a good time, and I was telling them, I said, look, now when you and I called them up, I say, you talk a little bit, and then you get out the room. You don't stay in the room because all I want is about 8 people in the room. I said the door gonna be shut, and sure enough, you text me and say I can't get in. So I told one guy, I said, man, I know this gonna hurt, but you got to go. He was laughing, everybody was laughing, but that's the fun of what we're able to do here. It is what we want to do. We don't have nobody tapping me on the back saying, Eric, we didn't like what you said. Eric, you on the phone and you on live, what are you doing? We didn't have none of that stuff. What we had was an open forum for people to be who they are and how they are. And as I said earlier this morning, when reality shows came out, everybody was going crazy because they didn't believe what was going on in reality shows. And then all of a sudden, after the first one came out, all of a sudden we got tons of them. And they do just what the heck they want to do. And that's kind of what we did as a group of black business owners. We said we're not even going to worry about technical stuff. We know that happens. But if we have the information and we get the information out, it's going to change somebody's lives. And that's what we've done all this week while we're raising funds for the kids. And I want to say thank you so very much. And I'll keep in touch because I have like 5 books that need some work. I don't know what I'm going to do. And you say you're the right person, so I got you on the radar.
All right. I'm looking forward to helping you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I enjoyed the whole presentation, the whole platform.
All right. Thank you. And I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And of course, as we continue to move and move and move, this has been a long, long, long week. I said to somebody that, oh my, how times fly. And it reminds me of a time when I said to a friend of mine who was talking to me, and he was 85 years old. And he began to say, I remember when I was 25. I remember when I was 35. I remember when I was 45. But when I got to be 55, I started asking myself, where did time go? And so he said he sat down and he pondered. And he looked at his life and he kept looking at his life and he said, well, these are the things that I did all these years. This is what I did all of these years. And then he said something that really changed my mind, changed my heart, changed my thought process. He said to me, what I spent my time with is where time went. I want you to hear me for a moment. He said, what I spent my time with is where time went. And it made me think about what I was doing with my time. What was the dash gonna say when I disappeared off the planet? Where was I gonna go who was going to remember my mark? Who was going to say he was here? And so I sat down and I looked at my time and I looked at what I was doing. I realized that every Monday night I was watching football. I realized every day of the week I was watching ESPN. I remember I was thinking about it, and I saw that I was a sports aficionado. I mean, I knew the sports backwards and forward. Of course, now I was a sportscaster at one time, so that was understandable. But that's what I was spending my time with. And then I looked at my time and I saw that every Sunday night I was watching football. Every Thursday, Tuesday, and Thursday I was watching the NBA. Every time the Golf Channel was playing golf and Tiger was playing, I was watching Tiger. And then I realized something that I think that people don't realize, that I had become a spectator of other people's lives. And when I added up all the Monday night footballs for some 40 years, all the NBA games for some 40 years, all the golf, all the NASCAR, because I'm all in sports, and I added up all the sports that I had been watching and consuming. And then I added up all the conversation with all my boys that I was having, trying to convince them that this guy was better than that guy and this guy was better than that guy, and my team was going to win. When I added up all those numbers, I realized that I had wasted 25, 30 years of my life being a spectator. I changed things around and said, well, you know what? I'm not going to watch sports anymore. And some people say, oh, man, you can't live without sports. And I decided I wouldn't watch sports anymore. And that decision, sitting with that old man, has been the greatest decision that I've made in my entire life. Because I moved from being a spectator to being an engager. I moved from being a spectator to creating something. I moved from being a spectator and being an artist to create a style and write a book. And why I'm saying this, I want you to think about this for a moment as you look at what has happened this week. A lot of people say it couldn't be done. A lot of people said it wouldn't be done. A lot of people said it would cost a lot of money to do. But at the end of the day, at this very hour, it was conceived and done because of execution. So when you look at your life and you look at business and you ask yourself, what do you spend your time with? How do you spend your time on your journey, on your walk? What do you do to make a difference in the lives of other people? As I talk about the kids and I talk about the scholarships, and we didn't have anybody to call in to even offer to give a scholarship for a kid. But I don't worry about that, because what I say about that is, if it's not your why, don't worry about it, because my why will prevail. And we're going to continue to do this and work with kids. But the key to this whole week is one thing. What do you do with your time? If you spent 7 days with us, that means that you spent your time learning. If you spent 7 days with us or 1 hour with us, that means you spent your time learning. So you need to take the same step back and look at your life and ask the question, what am I doing with my time? Am I a spectator to life? Am I a coach? Am I a player? Am I an owner? These are the things that I had to look at. And by looking at those things, it made me a better man. And that's what it's all about. Yes, the mastermind is coming up next. And what we're going to do, we'll probably play some videos until they get in the room. And as we continue to say, without love, there's no happiness. Without happiness, there's no peace of mind. And I say all the time, people, what you're looking for is looking for you. So keep looking. Don't stop looking. As you're seeing this post this evening, you have to ask yourself one question. When you got up this morning, did you think that you would be having this conversation with this amount of business owners all day? We want to thank all of our sponsors. And since I'm doing thank yous, I like to begin to thank all of the people that I can remember. And I'm going to work hard to remember all the people who were here. And you know, that's not going to be an easy task. It's not going to be an easy task, but I'm going to do my part right about now. When we first started out, we started out talking about 7 days. The first day was leadership, inspiration, and positive change. The second day was advertising and marketing. The third day was social media. The fourth day was diversity, inclusion, building networks across lines. The fifth day was young entrepreneurs. Yesterday or Saturday was culture and entrepreneurship. And today was church and the business. Each morning we started out with the state of black business. And the first day at 9 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, I started this conference out. I started this network out with the state of black business as I saw it. And I spelled out what I thought about black business and where black businesses can go. How we could, as black business owners, utilize apparatuses and stop pushing ourselves away from the phone, this thing right here that's more powerful than the president was in 2015, not so many years ago. And then we had our first speaker to come up, Latasha Gaddy, Bess Gaddy. And she talked about starting your business, the ABCs of starting your own business. And then the superstar, Precious Williams, came on. And Precious talked about the perfect pitch. And she talked about pitching ideas, what you needed to know. Followed by Richard Moore and Associates, who talked about pivoting your business during the COVID-19 time. Followed by at 1 o'clock, Dr. George C. Frazier. And Dr. Frazier talked about building wealth. And on that day, he made a statement that was amazing, that was resounding. He said that the only people that are going to save black people is black people. And followed George Frazier was a young lady who talked about streaming. Her name was Tamisha Thomas. Her son received the scholarship from the Black Business Expo, a young man who's planning on being an architect. And her company, Too Much TV, stood up and talked about streaming live. And then after her came Vicky Parker Hyde. Yes, a newlywed. And she began to talk about business growth strategy. And she was a lady with the North Carolina Business Council who talked about it eloquently. And then, of course, there was business and leadership, access to state, federal government, and then business plan writing. And at 7 o'clock, we had Michelle Kinney of Third Degree Solutions. And she talked about virtual networking. And as she talked, we went into the mastermind session. And a young man by the name of Jimmy Davies, who's been doing mastermind, and that's been his baby. And his mastermind group, which provided 7 speakers at the end of each day, he talked about the 30-year success, which means that his success was not overnight. It took over 30 years. And then on Tuesday, when we began to talk about Tuesday was all about advertising and marketing. One of the things that many business owners don't have is the big dollars to market. They don't have the big dollars for a PR firm. They don't have the big dollars for an advertising firm. And Henry McCoy, Dr. Henry McCoy, he broke it down. He broke it down, a Harvard graduate. He gave it to him hard and strong. And then after he talked, in comes the millionaires. Yes, Fran Harris, who talked about entrepreneurship. And she talked about Black Business University, a university designed for people to come online and to learn different parts of business. And after her was Branding by Kimberly McLean of Creative Force Agency, who incidentally came back and did another talk on Wednesday, where she really broke down what she was talking about. And after her was a gentleman by the name of Donald Thompson, the CEO of Walk West. And he gave it to us like nobody else's business. After him was a lady who by the name of Tanya Armstrong. We have been talking about business. But we didn't talk about the health part of business. What is the health part of business? Tanya Armstrong came in and she talked about the mental wealth strategy of the black entrepreneur. Followed her came a young lady who survived COVID-19, a young lady who survived it, and with her survival, invented a tea for people with COVID-19, and that was Letitia Nicole. Letitia Nicole, followed by the financial win strategist, Kimberly Winborn. And Kimberly Winborn talked about the financial win strategy. And then Discovering Wellness by Patricia Crisp. And then a lady who's known as the boss lady came up, Michelle Keaton Barrow, and talked about real estate marketing. Followed by Lou Fields, who talked about buying black. And then Mia Lamont of the Mastermind Group. She talked about business. And as we moved on and on and on, the next day was all about social media. And we started our social media with the state of black business and technology with a lady by the name of Dominique Hart. Dominique spoke and she talked about it. Then we had a gentleman to talk about using your imagination in business. Then we had Keith, who came up and he spoke about how to win the day. Dominique came back at 12 o'clock and did it one more time, followed by George Frazier, who talked about networking in the 21st century. And then, of course, Mindfulness in Business by Dr. Akila Faye. And she talked about it so well. And as she talked about it, she began to give us some exercises that we could do. And those exercises were very, very important because you need to stretch when you're going down this journey. After which I had Dolores Williams to come on and she did the Divine Five. 5 young ladies came on and they talked about what's going on in business. It was a tremendous hit, something we plan on doing as we move forward. And then there was Renee Daltrey, who came over and talked about the 4th Industrial Revolution, followed by Maxine Phillips McCoy. Wednesday was Pearling Day, as she spent her entire day, and we want to thank her for what she did her entire day, talking about business, talking about the sponsorships. And then we had Sister Talk. We had 4 sisters to talk about business like none other, followed by Maxine McCoy, and then, of course, the Mastermind. Now, it's Thursday morning, and we had a lady to come in because Thursday morning was about diversity and inclusion, building networks across the lines. And we had none other than Tammy Hall of the HUD office to come. And Tammy Hall talked about how to do business with the state of North Carolina. She said it takes some time, but the state of North Carolina buying all kinds of products and all kinds of services. And if you're a small business owner or any kind of business owner and you're dealing with diversity and inclusion, you need to call their office. And then after her came Speak and Make Millions by Fran Harris. Yes, indeed, a lady that's been a WNBA champion. A lady who's been on CNN, NBC, ABC. A lady who's done her time building businesses. Fran Harris came up. After Fran was a gentleman by the name of Sean Ingram. And we're going to take a quick break and I'm going to come right back after this break and I'm going to finish up with the rest of the week. Take it away, Mark. But put on a video, Mark, I Am Black Business. And while he finds I Am Black Business, I am going to go and finish up the Wednesday. As we had Pamela Gales to come up and talk about diversity and inclusion. Yes, a star in our community, winning all cancer awards. Followed by a seat at the table with D.G. McGee Enterprises, Michelle Kinney, and Sheila Wilson. It was called Sister Talk, and they talked. And then after that came Sherelle James and her husband, More Than the I Do's, followed by Sherelle James talking about business as we get prepared for the next video. Looks like that video is not ready, and since that video is not ready, I'm going to continue and finish my talk. Then on Friday was the Young Entrepreneurs, and we had to have Fran back to talk about the state of black business. And she talked really about politics and money, something we don't talk about in the black community. Followed by Alicia Wright, who talked about grant writing. And then, of course, Keith talked about winning the day, how to win the day. Followed by the gentleman Peter Singh Jr. And then George Frazier came up and talked about building wealth to pass it on. And Latoya Best came up with your side hustle versus your main hustle. Followed by LaShawn Harley, who talked about business essentials. And of course, Dr. Janice Smith talked about financial accounting. And then the legend, Thomas Iceberg Wilson, who talked about financial planning, money management. Demetrius Bethea came up from the Yellow Umbrella and talked about entrepreneurship leadership. And then all the way from London came Kirsten Powell, followed by San Griffin with the Mastermind Group. And of course, as we got ready for Saturday, which was business and culture, Leonardo Williams came on and he really gave it to us about black businesses and about the state of black business from a young man's point of view. Followed by Sandra Johnson, who talked about her products. And then we went on to Dr. Dennis Rogers, who talked about private equity and venture capital. And then, of course, after that, at 12 o'clock, we moved someone, and they talked about turning obstacles into opportunities. And that was Darlene Drew. And then Vanessa Griffith, Tri-Team Unlimited, talked about building relationships for growth. Followed by U2 Muhammad, who talked about sports and the business industry. And then the man, Sean Ingram, came up and he talked about dedication, commitment. And then Lafayette Jones came up and talked about the keys to marketing, followed by his wife talking about Obama Care to the Rescue, the beautiful Sandra Miller Jones. And then, of course, Grayson Marshall Jr. Oh, he rocked the house last night with his mastermind speech. And then, of course, on Sunday, it was a day of business and the church. We started out with Dr. Bishop Daryl Anderson, who gave it to us strongly. Then LaShawn Harley came with the name, the business game. And then Veronica Hardy came up. Dr. Veronica Hardy came up and talked about business blessing. And oh, what a speech that she gave. Followed by Katie Lawson, who talked about tips and taxes in the business. And then, of course, yes, the young man with a plan. The founder of the Triangle Entrepreneurship Leadership, Ryan Ray. And followed by Susan Lavelle, Dr. Susan Lavelle. And she talked about the holistic approach. She talked about different medical issues that we don't even think about. Followed by Demita Hayes, who talked about 360 degrees pinpointing your goals. Followed by Selma Hill, Minister Selma Hill, who talking about business and entrepreneurship. And then we got her, the ambassador, Dr. Lenora Peterson, who talked about the ladies of Nation Summit. And it was unbelievable. Followed by the good Reverend, who talked about wealth philosophy. And then LaShawn Harley came back one more time. And then we did the good day, good night, hey, how you doing? We did, yes, indeed, how we moved through this journey. And what I want to say to all the people that participated in this journey, thank you so very much. Because this journey was a journey of minds over matter. We did 7 days. We didn't play. We brought people from across the world. We brought people across this planet. And we showed people that you don't have to listen to what other people say when you have a voice. And stay tuned January the 15th as we're going to do it again in January. We're going to start this year off right. We're going to allow all of the jumping up and down people, all of the folk having a good time people at the first of the year. And we're going to wait to Martin Luther King's birthday, and then we're going to launch it one more time. And this time when we launch it, we're probably going to have videos popping everywhere, but it's still going to be live because that's what we do. I'm Eric Kelly III of the Black Business Expo. Again, I want to thank my team. I want to thank all the people that participate. If I didn't say your name, it was not because of my mouth. Take it against my heart, not my head. And then I have something very, very special planned for everybody because it don't stop at this virtual deal here. I have something very special that I'm going to announce to all of you that's going to blow this out of the water. And I probably know that you're sitting there and say, Eric, how can you top this? Well, I have something up my sleeve. And when I say I have something up my sleeve, it's something unbelievable. And as I move out, I want to say to everybody again, thank you for sharing with me. Thank you to my best friends. Thank you to my new friends. Thank you to all of you because you are my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have Eric Kelly III saying, I'm going to be signing off. And I'm going to be bringing up what I say to everybody each and every day. I am Black business. I am Black business. I am Black business from the moment I wake to the moment I sleep. I am Black business. Thank you all, and thank you all, and thank you all until the next time. And as I continue to say, I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases
Just
in
let
the
this
history
run
of
out.
Black America in North Carolina.
I didn't know I was on the screen
Sign up
talking,
today
bro.
at
Come on, man. Take me off the screen.
www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
Finish.
I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America
In North Carolina. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of business in North Carolina. You know, when you get ready to and I want to cut my phone off so I can finish out. As I said before, I want to thank everybody. Our last mastermind, Diane Washington had an ill family member, and so she was not able to do the mastermind this evening. We want to put our prayers out for her and her family and the ill family member that she's dealing with. I too is dealing with a family member also, and I know how that is. So I want to say to her, thank you so very much for your commitment to be a part of the Black Business Expo. We thank you. You know, we thank you, and we look forward to all the great things that you're going to continue to do. And I have another gentleman that brought a message up. I'll answer any questions at this time. You can bring that back up. It says, according to the Black demographics, Black-owned employer business total 124,000 in 2017, employed 1.2 million. Their payrolls are 26.1 billion. 1 out of 3, 32% of Black-owned employer firms are in the healthcare business. That comes from Dr. Dennis Rogers, who's been on the phone calls all evening, and I wanted to have him on that last panel, and unfortunately he was not able to get there. But Dr. Dennis Rogers, thank you so very much for continuing to push the information out so that people will understand that this $1.4 trillion that is here, we need to look at it, we need to stop playing with it, and we need to control it. And when I say control it, I mean control it because it's ours. George Fraser said, the only person that's going to help Black people is Black people. The only thing that's going to save Black people is Black people. I want to say to Kimberly McLean, who did outstanding job. Thank you so very much for your guidance, your helping, and thank you for all the conversations. And to all of the Expo team, I like to say, let's continue to do what we do. We want to provide a voice for black businesses, whether they're old or young. We want to do that because that changes it for everyone, not just for us, but for everyone. And again, I want to say to all the families that are hurting because of COVID 19, we send out our prayers. We send out our arms, our hands, our thoughts. We send out our faith that things not only will get better, they will be better. And as I said before, what you're looking for is looking for you. And I want you, young people and old people, to remember a closed mouth don't get fed, as my great grandfather used to say. Hope is not a strategy, my great grandfather used to say. And last but not least, it takes the same amount of time to do something small as it does to do something large. And this is testament to that. We could have just done one show a week, 7 days, and it would have been a small blip on the scale. But what we decided to do, we decided to do 7 days, 24 hours, and it's been amazing. I want to thank our technician and his team. I want to thank Mark Lee and his team. His team got it right. His team locked it in with Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Periscope. He locked in and he made sure our information was going to go to over 200 countries worldwide. Want to thank the technical team because without the technical team, we wouldn't be on the air. And we wanted to put out a special thanks to IBM Smart Television. We want to put a very, very special thank you for them allowing us to be on for 7 days a week. We know that they have a lot of content, but they felt free. They felt like this was something that needed to happen. And they allowed us to be here and to be strong and powerful and to be something to reckon with for 7 days. I want you to digest that for a minute as you go to your homes and be safe. While somebody would say it would be egotistical to think that you've done something nobody else has ever done, I would say it's not ego, it's just work. I enjoyed every moment of it. I enjoyed every moment of it. And I want to thank StreamYard. StreamYard. By us using your platform, people were beginning to say that StreamYard is a viable platform. That StreamYard was a platform that was easy to use, responsive, not something clunky, not something they had to worry about, because once they got into the broadcast, they got into the green room, they were comfortable. And all they had to do was click and they was in the show. StreamYard, your platform is awesome. We enjoyed every minute on your platform. StreamYard, you are the best. Even while we were looking at Cisco or WebEx, we were looking at Zoom, we were looking at GoToMeeting, Google Hangout, we chose StreamYard because of its versatility, because of its smoothness. And you know I like smoothness. Because of its ability to make people feel at home on the video. Thank you, StreamYard. And now I want to say the Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. we presented the Black Business Olympics, where we did 7 days, 24 hours. And the 24-hour network is real. And we want to say to each and every one of you, thank you so very much for being a part of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with all minds being cleared and all thoughts being thought, I want to say to everybody, good night, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.